in one night to have sex with his girlfriend, and all these guys are flying around. And I think the government did a good job at bringing in the airline tickets, showing who paid for the airline tickets, and that's I think something that P Diddy had been doing for so long that he never even occurred to him that this was illegal. So I think that there's plenty of evidence that he was doing that, and then also they're going to have him with transporting drugs from state to state for the purposes of these freak offs, which is another predicate crime. And I think that they had his former assistant testifying and other people testifying, including Jane, that would take place. So from the evidence that I've heard, I think they got him on at least those two.
You know, it's so wild that now we're at the finish line because we've had 6 weeks of the government going through and having all of this evidence presented. I mean, we've talked about the freak off videos. By now, you guys have seen the actual photos of the lube and the Johnson & Johnson baby oil, the brand loyalty that was featured in all of this in the exhibits. And now we're at the closings. We're at the finish line. So we're hearing them kind of tie a bow on everything. And I do have an update for that for you as well. Here's right now the closing argument. Slavic says, this is to the jurors, the defendant was the head of the Combs enterprise. There was an inner circle, his chief of staff and his bodyguards. The names changed, but the roles remained the same. You've heard about KK, Combs's right brain. She lived in Two Star. And when they say Two Star, they're talking about Miami, Star Island. She communicated with the defendant's girlfriends, his security. You heard names, D-Rock, Bonds, Rube, Uncle Polly, Fahim. They were armed and ready. Remember the incident at the diner with Suge Knight? David James told you Combs had guns. In the search, law enforcement found guns, including a rifle with the serial number defaced in LA, 2 AR-15s with their serial numbers cut out in the defendant's closet. You also have rotating cast of assistants paid by the defendant's business. Brendan Paul, for example, one of the recent people who testified, said he made $100,000 a year. KK made 6 times that. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing a crime. When you kidnap someone or locked his girlfriend in a hotel room after your boss stomped on his face, it's a crime. And there's another really important thing. One of my producers sent me a powerful line from closing. The defendant was at the top of this enterprise. Remember, it's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him. And I know that this is something that we've talked about a lot, the fact that it's only Diddy and he doesn't have any co-conspirators who are charged in relation to this. As of now, we kind of inferred potentially KK maybe down the line, who's to say, but it's all about Diddy. And I want to talk about our poll too. This is the question that was written. How closely have you been following the case? Some people say 65% very closely, not very closely, 22%, not at all, 11%. And to those not at all, welcome. We're here to talk about it and break everything down. I want to go back to Serena Townsend and ask about all of this. I know that Serena has been following this case, honestly, probably before the indictment even came down. We saw those civil lawsuits. And that's actually what I want to talk to you about, Serena, is the civil lawsuits. The one, in my opinion, and I assume yours, that started it all. That was Cassie Ventura, who filed the first of many back in November of 2023 under the New York Survivors Act, the Adult Survivors Act, rather. So can you talk to me about the civil suits? Where does everything stand now?
Yeah. Well, the civil suit is going to benefit greatly from a guilty verdict in this case. I think it's a wonderful strategy. Even if she didn't mean for it to be a strategy, it will be a wonderful strategy for her to use if there's a guilty verdict having to do with anything that P. Diddy did to her. Because the standard of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very, very high, it's the highest level of proof you'd have to show. It's basically like the government has to prove 99% that this happened in this way by this person. And a civil suit only has to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence, which basically is 51%. It's a more likely than not standard. And so routinely, when people want to pursue civil suits, the criminal case happens and then the civil case can get, found in a person's favor if there's a guilty plea. Now, in this case, Cassie has already been found, has already succeeded in her civil case. It's very strange and different when it goes in that direction. Usually the strategy is get the guilty verdict and then get a civil payout. So for her, I think it makes her look very good and very credible because she's already gotten that result. It's not like the decision in this criminal case will help her. So she doesn't have, the prosecution can't use her as an interested witness in that way in their closing argument. They can't say to a jury, look, the only reason Cassie is saying all of these things is because a guilty verdict will help her civil case. So she's very clean on that front as a witness. So it's just a very interesting dynamic to see how this thing played out differently than a lot of other cases.
I agree. And I mean, we heard lengthy witness testimony from Cassie at the start. She was the star witness. Before this trial even began, she was going to be the star witness. And it turned out it was true. However, Cassie with her civil lawsuits, and then there were many that followed suit. Surprisingly, even some people, I guess not surprisingly, I don't know, you make the determination. Other people listed Cassie in their lawsuits and said, because of Cassie's bravery, I felt comfortable coming forward. And we've done other episodes on this on Scandal, my channel, where we talked about, okay, how many suits are against P. Diddy? And there's upwards of, I think, 50 civil suits that were filed at one time, which leads me to my next question, Mauricio. If there are that many people who are making these allegations against P. Diddy, Cassie being one of them, then of course Jane and Mia, why don't we hear more witness testimony from the government, some of these people who had already filed civil suits against him?
Because the government doesn't want to water down, their witness list with people that, number one, have a financial reason to get involved, and those are people that their credibility could be challenged immediately with with questioning, like you're actually suing P. Diddy, and there's actually a financial motivation for you to be here. The government probably felt that they didn't need to go.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
Is something that affects him greatly, because people are looking at it and they're going to say, okay, well, you know what? What if half of them are fictitious, but half of them are real? It's something that hurts his credibility. And listen, jurors, just like everybody else, they're not supposed to be looking at the news. They're not supposed to be doing their outside research, but it's just a fact that they do. So anything that's out there in social media, anything that's out there in the news that hurts your client, a jury could look at it, and it's not beneficial for him at all.
You're right, jurors. Those are the ones who we really should be talking about today, right? Because they're the ones who are going to decide what happens. I'm so eager to see. And I have another update for you guys from court. This is happening right now. As we talked about, those of you who are just tuning in right now, the government is presenting its closing arguments right now. So these are some updates. The law does not require us to know that they liked committing these crimes. You saw KK chiding the defendant to not be so reckless. But she got him cash, drugs. She was a member of the enterprise. It impacted interstate commerce. Minimal is fine. Combs knowingly became a member. He was the boss. He was the through line. The racketeering acts, distribution of drugs, kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating sex trafficking of Cassie and Jane, forced labor, travel for commercial sex, cover up. You only need to find that someone would commit 2 acts in any of these categories. It could be 2 acts of drug distribution, 1 kidnapping, just 2. You have far more than 2. Let's start with the drugs, an essential ingredient of freak-offs. The most involved were D-Rock, KK, and Fahim, but others helped keep the drug supply high. We're not talking about marijuana, but what Brendan Paul called hard drugs. There are stipulations of the drugs found in the searches: cocaine, meth, oxy, ketamine, a dissociative drug, GHB, mushrooms, Molly, 2C, a combination tied pink. It's 1305 and 1306. The quantities are not relevant. It's an element of this crime. Distribution does not require a sale. So that's what's going on right now in the courtroom behind me, which, by the way, for those of you guys just tuning in, we're live in Lower Manhattan outside of the courthouse. So that's why my hair is acting like a wild person based on the weather that we've got here in New York. We do have some questions from you guys who have been following along. This one's from Smarty Pants. Question: could the prosecutors have charged Diddy with a separate kidnapping, forced labor charges, and gun charges in addition to RICO? To which I asked Serena Townsend, former sex crimes prosecutor, what do you think?
Strategically, they probably decided not to, because it makes more sense for them to seek out this bigger RICO charge, which has more serious consequences and higher amounts of prison time. They could have, but think about what forum we're in right now. What you're identifying, and you're not wrong, smarty pants, you are very smart. Um, you're kind of identifying what it would look like in a state prosecution. That's usually what you would see on like a lower level, although those counts also carry a high amount of prison time at the state level. But usually when the feds get involved, they usually try to seek out those counts where only the feds could charge. And so in their minds, they're looking at RICO, they want the big sexy crime rather than like the state typical crimes that you're thinking about.
I like what you said, the big sexy crime of RICO. And maybe it's perhaps because RICO is so mysterious. There are so many things that go into it. I mean, there are the predicate counts or the allegations. There's so much happening there. And I guess this kind of leads into my next question, Mauricio. I've talked to you a lot today about this alleged domestic violence situation. And I guess I say alleged, but P. Diddy's team, right in opening, said, yes, this was domestic violence. So I guess hand up, they did say that. The video I'm, of course, talking about is the Intercontinental video with P. Diddy and Cassie in LA. We've all seen it. It was originally leaked to CNN. And a lot of people I have asked me the question, okay, why wasn't Diddy charged with domestic violence? A lot of people are wondering about that. What do you think, Mauricio? Why wasn't that a charge in all of this?
Well, because they're charging him with RICO, like she said, it's like the big sexy crime, and they don't want to, at the end of the day, what he did in that crime could have been a misdemeanor if she didn't go to the hospital. It's just a domestic violence charge. I don't think that the federal prosecutors are going to charge a crime like that. They're going to use it to satisfy the force, fraud, or coercion of sex trafficking. Because at the end of the day, that the amount of time he's looking at on the sex trafficking is gonna shadow whatever time he would be looking at regarding a misdemeanor domestic violence case. So I don't see them charging that, but they are going to use it over and over again. Now the defense is going to do something that we talk about a lot in death penalty litigation, which is called run to the bummer. That means like whatever's negative, bring it up first. So I anticipate you're going to see his defense counsel stand up and immediately fall on the sword and talk about the video and talk about the domestic violence and tell him, yeah, my client may not, be the greatest person, and my client may have had a problem, and my client may have committed an act of domestic violence, but my client did not commit RICO. My client is not the head of a criminal organization. And I think that's where he's going to start highlighting the differences between this case and what jurors are used to seeing or hearing about when they think about a RICO case. Mafia, organized crime, that's the type of thing that they're looking at. So I think that the defense is going to go back and show the distinctions between what the jury probably expects to see from a RICO case and what this case is about.
I don't know. I mean, that's what I remember. You could be right, but I don't know. I just don't remember it like that. But I'm glad closing's going on because I'm ready to get this a wrap, and we'll see what the juries do.
Yeah, I'm ready to stop getting up at 5 a.m. That's what I'm ready for. It was okay the first 3 days. Then after that, because I never wake up that early, ever.
Okay,
And
Barbara.
then I stay up late, huh?
I was going to respond to Barbara. She says, Perry, it is illegal to give someone your prescription medication. That is true. I mean, I figure that's a law. But are they enforcing the laws like that? Is it a RICO? Now, they say that if you take your prescription.
I got an update.
Okay.
Cassie used substances for every freak off supplied by the defendant. He introduced Jane to substances, gave them to her at all but one hotel night. He gave substances to Carrie Morgan and Banna Bagolin. He made Brendan Paul try Tussie to see if it was good. So all Tussie is the white powder just dyed pink.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, Barbara, like Perry, it is illegal to give someone your prescription medication. Yeah, I hear you there, but is it gonna get you a RICO? Um, it's a
I mean,
lot of
is it
things.
trafficking?
Jaywalking is illegal, right, Barbara? Somebody told me, and I'm not sure for a fact, but it's some smart people out here, that if you took your prescription medication out of that container and put it in another
I have
different
an update.
container, it's illegal.
D-Rock would text One Stop, need to see someone for bro. That is the defendant. Guido asked Fahim to cover the defendant's substance debt. KK knew he was distributing substances to the woman for the Wild King night. Why aren't any of these people on the stand so we could just look in their face and and get a better understanding of what they did, how they did it, and what they thought it was? Now you're bringing up all these people. Where is One Stop? I'm sure D-Rock would have came on. Fahim would have came on. I don't even know who Guido is. Brianna is an admitted dealer and a crackhead, literally. You're talking about Begolin. She did say that. She was on the stand. She was on the stand, or it kind of backfired on her because her dates didn't make sense, and I don't know. This is just a mess. All these addicts. Did he just let his life go to shit? Remember you were saying yesterday to the black men in the chat, don't put yourself in these situations.
Right. Because anything can happen.
Yeah.
And that's on Diddy for that. Well, when you run in the streets like that, being careless, you know what I mean? Not
Very careless.
thinking life is a big
Joke.
party. Things happen like that. Yeah. I mean, and Diddy got to take accountability for it too now.
Right.
I mean, just like all these addicts do. You know what I'm saying?
I got an update. Jane told KK she was having a bad come down. KK gives pro tips how to deal with it. Plain and simple. This is substance distribution. How about kidnapping? ? They committed them under both California and New York law. Considered Cassie Bond made her stay put. She's talking about Bonds. That's what he meant.
Mhm.
Roger Bonds. Can you call this distribution if you're taking it for yourself?
Okay. I guess technically, if I know I'm not saying people are wrong when they say technically, if
Okay.
I got my own stuff and give it to you, I distribute it to you. If you gave me one of your chips, you distributed it. Now, whether that be illegal or not, just because it's not a legal substance. But that's what people are going with it. But if you got to pick something like that, when you got people moving kilos across the border right now, and you ain't got them with a charge, nonetheless, a RICO. My point is, a lot of this stuff that they throwing out there is illegal. But it happened on both sides, not just defended. Yes, a lot of things Diddy did was illegal. But at the same time, the people on the stand, I guess they got immunity for it. But they're being nitpicky about this whole thing, trying to build this.
Overcharge.
Overcharge. That's where I'm coming from. So, but I see people just hell bent on wanting them to lynch this man over something that shouldn't be going that far. Do you have to agree with the things he did? No. But if you want him to take accountability, when are you going to try to force some accountability on the other people? The tricks or the women?
Update.
Okay.
The defendant called Cassie a slut. He stopped he stopped. He meant on her face.
Mm.
She was disfigured. Roger Bonds caught her and brought her back. The defendant made her go to the London hotel on Sunset, so no one saw her. She wanted to go home to her mom, but no.
See, now this is why I'm gonna say I disagree with that, because oftentimes she didn't want her mother to know. So are they just simply speculating? Did she get on the stand and say she wanted to go home to her mama? Or they trying to say that he held her against her will, locked her up in a hotel? I wasn't there. Neither one of us was there. But from my understanding, she tried to shield all this stuff from her mother, correct? So why would she want to go home bruised up after he did this? Not condoning what he did. That was foul too. Yvette says, yes, she said it, but okay. But do you believe it, Yvette? That she wanted to go home and show her mother her face like that?
Babe, my arm. Can you go get me a
Oh,
patch?
somebody said no, she wanted to go to Puffy's house. Okay, said get you a patch.
Please.
Okay, give me a second.
Wayne says, number 3, Sharrell, for every one witness, there were 15 pages of text messages. The government presented over 2,000 pages of text messages and notes that were not seen by the public. Child, oh my goodness, that's a lot. That is a lot. I think that it's going to be here. I got to update. It's clear Cassie did not consent to staying in the London hotel. David James testified the defendant demanded to see his search history. If he had posted that the defendant SA'd Cassie in the club, then there's Capricorn Clark. I'm going to read that again because I felt I read that messy. It's clear Cassie did not consent to staying in the London hotel. David James testified the defendant demanded to see his search history. If he had posted that the defendant SA'd Cassie in the club, then there's Capricorn Clark. So they're saying, and I think it went like this. I think he put his hands on her. It was really bad. It was probably that picture that they released to the public. It's so bad I can't show it, where you could really see the inside of her. It's like the white meat. You know what I mean? It was really bad. And he would send her to the hotel to heal. That's how bad it was. He didn't want nobody to see it. I think that's what they're talking about. And then they're going to talk about Capricorn Clark. They probably show those pictures to here we go. They made her take a lie detector test for days in an empty office building in Manhattan. This was in 2004. She was holding expensive jewelry that went missing. Uncle Polly took her to the future HQ of Bad Boys headquarters. She was tested for 5 lies. So this is when I believe it was some money came up missing, and he was trying to figure out who did it. Like I said earlier, there's so much we don't know about this care. We are not in the courtroom. We are only getting notes and hearsay. Yeah. True. Okay, we got to update. The man administrating the test told her if she failed, she'd end up in the East River in Central Park. The defendant told her if anything happened, he'd have to unalive her. David James remembers this. He was tested too to get the rat out of the team. Now, this is going to be disputed. Let me just read their version first, and then tomorrow we'll go over the defense. Because I remember some things about that, but let's just get the pure essence of what their closing argument is. It says, I think there was some money missing. I remember this though. It was all over the place. And for me,
It was
the
jury.
worst, huh?
I think it was jury that was missing. But
Oh, was
something
it jury?
yeah, But see, this is my thing with that, right? And I get, a person can get robbed in a back alley by themselves, no cameras or nothing. So you got to take their word for it. But for me, it wouldn't make sense from her because that would say, look at the actions. Her actions of a person this was done to wouldn't be showing back up the following week. Now, where's the proof of any of this? Did they have a photo, her being strapped up? Did she have was her phone pinged at this location for 5 days straight? We don't even know that.
I have an update.
Go ahead.
In December 2011, Rube helped the defendant kidnap Capricorn Clark. It started on December 22nd, 2011. The defendant banged on Capricorn's door with a gun. He was out for revenge. He barked an order at Capricorn. Get dressed. We're going to unalive Kid Cudi. Oh, Cudi. I put the kid in there. Both sides are telling and showing us what they want us to believe, but a lot of the messages help them with their stories. The worst part of the testimony for me was the text messages, but you're right. They're going to need that. Okay, so this is what we say happened, and these are the text message to support our claim. Right, Perry?
Yeah, I mean,
Gone?
no. You're right. But see, this is my thing is, and I get, excuse me, with what Yvette saying, both sides are showing what they want us to hear.
Mhm.
I'm saying illegal stuff was done on both sides, right? Now, does all this mount up to a RICO to me? So we can, put that to bed.
I have an update.
Okay.
They drove to Kid Cudi's house. The defendant had a gun in his lap. This was kidnapping. He moved her a substantial distance. The defendant said he wouldn't let her he wouldn't let her told until she brought him Cassie. He
wouldn't let her go, maybe?
Yeah, I'm going to read it the way it is. It's hard to type really fast. Who stomped her when she arrived into a fetal position. Okay, let's try it again. We'll try to figure out what they're saying. They drove to Kid Cudi's house. The defendant had a gun in his lap. This was kidnapping. He moved her a substantial distance. The defendant said he wouldn't let her told until she brought him Cassie. He probably wouldn't let her leave, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't let her leave, perhaps until she brought him Cassie, who he stomped when she arrived into a fetal position. It's very hard to type when somebody's talking.
And this is what I remember about that situation. This ain't about the car. This about when he went into Kid Cudi's house. But she stayed out in the car by herself. She said that she had talked on her phone, by the way, talked to two friends. She talked to two people while she was in the car. She could have left. So this is my argument, and I'm saying, I guess she's fearful again. That's what people want to go with. This is her version of the story. This is what happened. I know it's evidence, but you got to question the evidence. If the evidence don't make sense, you got to let it go. This girl has lied on the stand, and you can't say she told 100% truth. Not even if you hate Diddy. And I know there's a lot of Diddy haters. You can't say she told 100% truth.
So you're saying that
He wouldn't let her go. He took her over this distance. These are things they have to say for the KP charge, right? He took her against her will. Remember, at first they said at GUN point. Then she's changed the story. Oh no, he didn't actually point it at me. He
I
just
have an
grabbed.
update.
Yeah.
He says Cassie, who was with Kid Cudi that morning, testified to this. The officer who responded to the 911 call, he saw a black Escalade registered to Bad Boy. Then on January 12th, 2012, the defendant had Kid Cudi's car set on fire, period. And then it says arson.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what I'm saying is, in order for the KP charge, they got to say you moved this person against their will a certain distance, because all this stuff breaks down into it too, against their will. And so she's coming saying, oh, and until Cassie come, he would not let me go. He's saying we going right now. And the first her story's going, he had me at GUN point. Then later on when she get across, oh, well, no, I mean, I don't really mean that. I don't really mean it like that. People, you should have a conscience. And I'm not saying that he ain't do anything illegal. He ain't do nothing illegal that is just for this, that they actually proven without a reasonable doubt. Because when you got a liar, can you believe everything they said?
Your boy says, and she wanted her job after Cassie lawsuit.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
gonna be brought
And
up again.
the one girl was the same too. That Don girl
I have an
that
update.
said, okay.
Someone cut a hole in the roof of Kid Cudi's car and dropped in a Molotov cocktail. We're not suggesting the defendant cut the hole. He didn't even buy his own suit. You heard the voice notes. He said he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car.
Mm-hmm. So now you want to get somebody off of, I mean, I know it wasn't on the album, but off their lyrics. Okay. Now that comes down to interpretation. I mean, it's a lot of things. That's circumstantial evidence that what they trying to apply. And what they trying to sell is, look, we're not saying he physically did it, people, because he got a people that work for him. He don't even make his own suit. So alleging he would have had somebody else cut the
I have
top.
an update.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, that's it.
No,
Go
no,
ahead, keep going.
Oh, they want to allege that he had somebody cut the top and drop the cocktail in there. But all this would be fine. But where are the state charges that anybody even got charged with this? It's nothing there. It's no proof. There ain't no anything charged with the state. But they want to sell this bubblegum wrap thing, but people would buy it. Now, you can believe that Diddy would have something to do with something like that, but that's just our belief. Because I believe he knows something about it. That's just my belief. Now, that's not either, that's not evidence, proof that he did anything. So I can agree with you there, but let's keep it real, people. At what point are y'all gonna start to see that they just trying to frame this man on these bigger charges because they just want to get him for something and for a long time? Perry, can you prove your position? An opinion is not facts. No, but a person is innocent until proven guilty
I have
without a
an update.
reasonable doubt.
It says, what are the odds? He says it, and it happened. The coincidences just keep on coming. The defendant and Rube just happened to be there a few weeks before period. Kid Cudi was driving the same Porsche the night of the trespass. What are the odds? Is Rube real name Ruben? I don't know.
I don't know.
Rube. Okay. I'm going to just read this as fast as I can. It says, this is from CNN. Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic reminded the jury of Cassie's testimony about a 2009 incident when, after doing this to her face in a car, Sean P. Diddy Combs forced her to stay in a hotel for a week while her injuries healed. Combs' security guard brought her back to his house after she jumped out of the car and tried to get away. While she stayed at the hotel, Combs' staff brought her clothes and food, and the security team made sure she didn't leave. Slavic told the jury they can be confident this happened because Combs' former assistant, David James, testified that he remembered bringing her ice cream while she was staying at the hotel. It's clear that Cassie did not consent to staying at the hotel in London, but she had no choice. The defendant told her she couldn't leave, Slavic said. He had his security team telling her she couldn't leave, and Cassie knew what happened when people said no to the defendant. Make sure I didn't miss anything else.
I don't see that yet.
Okay.
But I'm gonna read this chat. It says, exactly, Perry, but I believe Diddy was behind all these dirty deeds. They're pending on him.
I have an update.
I get that. Okay. I'm gonna hold that. My thought. Go ahead.
Kid Cudi had conflicts with no one except the defendant. Then D-Rock brought Kid Cudi to the defendant, who was looking like a Marvel supervillain. Years later, the defendant apologized to Kid Cudi. Then there's bribery, the 2016 video.
Yeah. And I'm going back to respond to this. The key word is we believe he could have had something to do with it. Believe. We need proof in court. That's what I'm trying to say. Neither side, do you believe the other people on the stand are lying to? But I'm just saying, no, I mean, in court, you got to prove it without a reasonable doubt. So. And right, Paula, hearsay. It's a lot of that. And if you was talking about just giving a man a speeding ticket or something, you might say, well, okay, whatever. Yeah, people said they said it. He said he was speeding. But when you're talking about something serious about life in prison, and you want to go off of a belief?
Yeah, that might have been a bad word to use. Believe. You have to be certain. But I don't think it did too much damage. Do you?
What's that?
Using the word believe.
Oh, well.
In your closing statement.
Well, no, I mean, that's all they can do. Because the defense going to come back tomorrow. They can't say he did it. I mean, the whole thing is this. He wasn't even charged with it. Haven't nobody been charged with it.
Maybe they should say things like, who else could have done it? Maybe they should have said like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You got to update that.
Okay, it says the defendant was having a freak off with Cassie, and one of the dancers, Jules Flores, found the defendant sitting in a chair with what he called a devilish stare in the room. He saw another man. The defendant tried to hand Flores a stack of money. Okay, so They're saying that he personally, not Cassie, gave the money to the dancer named Jules Flores.
Mm-hmm. And you can give a person money anytime. No, I mean, look, people know what went down, but by all fairness, these people came from a company selling a different service. And
Now,
that's
I thought that sounded ridiculous when you said that yesterday,
mm-hmm.
but I have since been on other bloggers' channels, and they have adopted this theory also. Like, what? They adopted it and they're saying it. I mean, you heard of this morning.
Right. Okay.
I have
And
an update.
okay.
It was his first attempt to bribe that day. As Cassie leaves, Combs starts damage control. Judge, we had a power issue. Is your mic working? Hello? Yes. He called Cassie over a dozen times. The text called, cops are here. I'll read that again. I read that raggedy. It says it was the first attempt at a bribe that day. As Cassie leaves, comma, Combs starts damage control. Then the judge talk about the mic. Then they go on to say he called Cassie over a dozen times. The text, comma, call me. Cops are here. I want to make sure that I read all of this correctly. So I'll go over it again if I feel like I read it raggedy, like choppy. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Right. Mm-hmm.
mhm.
No, I'm with you there.
Yvette says, come on, we are talking about Diddy, and he forced Cece to come with him. I think Cece had something to do with the arson. So she could have her hands dirty in the case. She wanted to talk. You're talking about Capricorn Clark.
All right. Mm-hmm.
That's not a stage name. That's her real name. Here we go. I got an update. He was just manipulating her, but the defendant knew he could be arrested. There were videos of the essay. He went and banged on Cassie's door with a hammer. Neighbors were going to call the cops. They did, in fact, go. Carrie Morgan had the LAPD card. He was manipulating her, but the defendant knew he could be arrested. There was a video of the essay. They're talking, okay. He went and banged on Cassie's door with a hammer. I don't remember that, but there's a lot of information that we don't get.
Well, yeah. I mean that what they were saying when he was mad and demanded her to go to Kid
Cuddy's.
Cudi's house, right? And I'll tell you about that in a minute. But the vet, what the vet saying about this? Come on, we're talking about Diddy. He forced Capricorn Clark to come with him. I think is a key word. Capricorn Clark had something to do with the arson, so she would have her hands dirty in this case. She wanted to talk. Nobody's been charged with this thing. And when Diddy, she was with Diddy when he went into the house and they said some gifts was open. That wasn't the same day of the explosion. So that's why I get a little foggy and a little tricky. But that's not the same day, Yvette. But it was a female DNA according to the court case that nobody ever brought up. But nobody's ever charged for it. So to prove somebody guilty on that, I don't even know why they would even keep those on the RICO charges. But they got to have something.
Update. KK suggests, say they had fun drunk night. She calls and reaches Eddie Garcia. Eddie says no. Then KK shows up in person. He won't show her, but says off the record it was bad. KK has the defendant call Eddie on his personal cell phone. Again, it says KK suggests, say they had a fun drunk night. This is what she told that she was going to tell the security guard. She calls and reaches Eddie Garcia. Eddie said no. Then KK showed up in person. He won't show her, but says off the record it's bad. KK has the defendant call Eddie on his personal cell phone. So remember, Diddy and KK got together and said what they're gonna tell the Intercontinental and why they wanted the tape back. Oh, it was a fun night, but it looks bad and it might affect his reputation. That's when they asked for a copy of the tape. He said they weren't allowed to give it to him at first. So, and then they keep talking, and then of course we know eventually the boss okays it and gives them 50,000 grand, no, 100 for the tape. Now the Intercontinental know they're wrong. That's why they had to give Cassie $10 million. Can't trust anybody. Here it goes. Once Eddie says his boss will do it for 50K, the defendant calls him Eddie, my angel. That's how he's saved in the cell phone. Oh, wow. Eddie goes to deliver the USB. D-Rock and KK are there. The defendant counted out dollar by dollar the bribe. Okay. Let me read this. Did you read this one?
No,
Great example. When get something stolen and the last person you see next to it after you left, you come back and ask them, they say no. All you can do is give the side eye and take the loss.
Yeah.
And then he said something else. That's it. I was gonna say something. Jeez. Oh. Somebody said it's not a bribe if you suggested the cost. Who said that?
This guy that was going off on this content creator.
Yeah, so
And-
people are arguing. Bloggers are arguing all over the internet, telling their point of views. It's calling each other liars. It's getting pretty bad. So me and Perry, I want to keep it kind of calm and, say that everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But maybe because it's getting closer to the end, people are getting very emotional. I just want to read it, maybe tell you what I think, you say what you think, and that's it. I don't want to go below the belt.
When we go back with this bribery thing,
After an update.
Okay.
Eddie told you the security guard told him he came up with the defendant. That was D-Rock. Eddie asked the defendant, what if Cassie calls the police? ? So the defendant knew. Eddie finds the ID of stand-in for Flores. NDAs are signed. Don't speak to anyone. So he made everybody sign NDAs about what happened. Go ahead, Perry. You're talking about.
Yeah, and I'll say this too, because now we went to this other thing. Now, that they want people to believe that Diddy just went and said, hey, I need this because I'm trying to instruct the law. Nobody filed charges, so he's not instructing anything. He's trying to get the tape back. And it wasn't just him. Cassie popped up on FaceTime, spoke with the person to say, yeah, I would like it back. I got a movie coming out. So where is this bribery at? Like, somebody said I explained bribery wrong. That's blackmail. But where is the bribery? But outside, today let's have an honest conversation and let's not be biased. And I'm not going to just try to save Diddy, but a man is innocent until proven guilty. So I'll be more on that side where you ain't just running up on people, right? just throwing them in jail for life. Where's the bribery at? What are they saying? If you don't do this, I would do that. Or bribery, to me, what is bribery to you, Sharrell? Because I'm just trying
Um,
to, I mean, go back to this thing. It's like, it don't sound like bribery.
to me, bribery is when you try to convince somebody to do something and they won't, and then you offer money for it. That's what how I look at it. But y'all do not listen to me, okay? Please.
Maybe that's
Thank
it.
you,
Maybe that's what,
Carla.
yeah. I was getting that mixed up with the blackmail. That'd be blackmail. Somebody was right. But the bribery would probably be something like, hey man, can I get that? No, you can't have this. Hey man, what if I gave you $50,000? Right?
Mhm,
Oh, okay. Well, now that might change my mind. But
mhm.
if we say this about the tape, Diddy did contact them, by all fairness. They did contact inquiring about how to get the tape. So, but I don't know. I still don't really see it as a strong case of bribery. But I think about it some more.
Oh, you're saying I'm laughing. Somebody's texting me a mess. Uh you're saying what did you say? Because
No, I was
the 50 was brought up by the security guard. That's why it's not bribery.
oh, that's what it was then. If Diddy, okay, if you say, yeah, I'm gonna give you this. If you say, hey man, I would like to get this, and somebody say, well, maybe I can for 50, it's not bribery. The person brung up the price. Bribery would be if Diddy said, hey, you know what? I know you're doing this, but I'll give you $50,000 if you gave it to me. That could probably be considered bribery, not if the other person brung up the price.
This is mad. Somebody told me to tone down my lipstick. I'm trying to. It's gonna be on for at least all day. It's weird.
And then Glamour says, exactly, the security guard gave the price. Okay, so that would change it. If Diddy gave the price, maybe you could consider it. Still, behalf would be a little weak for a RICO if that's what you're using it for. But yeah,
Update. Oh, for those asking during the closing, Sean Combs has his chair pushed away back from the defense table and is looking around. Slavic, paying for silence is influencing testimony in their opening defense, suggested it was just about bad publicity. Okay, that's just his personal notes. That's not what any, part of the closing statement.
okay. So Park says this bribery was with 50s. Well, bribery was with Jane. He said, you need to do your job. Or what? Did it say you need to do your job or you won't get the $10,000? Where's certain things you still got to prove? Now, where's the bribery? It's very weak still to me that no, ain't no bribery. Ain't no bribery. Then somebody says extortion. D. Davis. Extortion on who part? Diddy's? Extortion. Oh, then V. Davis says she bribed him. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. This is crazy. Yeah, I mean, but still right now, it's coming across very weak. What she's saying ain't convincing me. Yeah, it's a story that they made up in their head based off the weak testimonies that they put on the stand. But it ain't making no sense to me. If it don't fit, you can acquit. That's right. This, but tomorrow should be good too. Somebody said he would walk on all charges under the law. Bribery must have been investigated. P. Diddy would win that charge. Okay.
Oh my God. All right. Somebody's messing with me on my but they also asked me to put up the charges again with the definition. So here they come. So somebody told me I look like Dave Chappelle. You know when he has those cracked out lips?
Oh, yeah.
Y'all ain't right.
Hmm.
All right, here they go. Hold on. Not Dave Chappelle, who's one of my favorite comedians. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try to tone it down, but I don't know how to do it. This lipstick gonna be on my lips for a couple days. All right, let's go. So he is charged with lacing, and they talk about GHB in this closing statement, but I don't remember them talking about it during the trial. Do you, Perry?
No.
Huh.
And which one you talking about? The third offense you talking about?
I was talking about
The lace.
yes, number 3.
Oh yeah, it's not even about lacing intention. Basically, him giving them the pharmaceuticals.
Giving it to him. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You gave a C head some C. Mm-mm-mm.
It's a wonder nobody lost their life with these substances.
No, that's crazy. Ain't it?
So how do we know that the GHB was used? Was it probably in some of the omitted information we got? Here we go.
It wasn't proven in court.
Oh, he keeps talking about how women look. What are you doing? She looks
Yeah.
beautiful in the courtroom today. We don't want to hear that. Let's just hear about the
He don't sing too many freak off tapes. Something wrong with it.
Oh my God. I mean, it's kind of odd to say that here. That's just, why are you, what is, I might go to a different one because all of that is weird. Talking about how stunning somebody is.
Huh?
Talking about how stunning somebody's looking today is weird to me. I'm going to try to change over. That's very weird. It is. Like, why would you even tweet that? Say that in your head. Yeah, I got to get out of there. That's weird. Perry, will you go to Jules? Because I don't like that, really freaked me out.
Yeah, okay.
And I was light on it. It was really weird.
Go over there then. Let's see. 1 hour, 8 minutes. So 34.
It's just 33. Now let's talk about bribery, starting with this 2016 video. The defendant was having a freak off with Cassie, and an escort named Jules Flores walked in and found Combs in a chair, staring with what he called a devilish look. Another man was in the room. I think I'm going to read that because
Okay.
it's confusing when he keeps, you know, saying
That-
personal stuff. Huh?
Yeah, I got you. So that was 33 then.
It says Combs tried to hand Flores a stack of money. That was his first attempt to bribery. The same of bribe. Sorry, that was his first attempt to bribe someone that day. Once Cassie left, he began immediate damage control. They talk about the mic.
Mm-hmm.
He had a power issue. Okay. I don't know. I go back and forth. Let's go back to the other one. I'll just ignore his weird text messages. I mean, his weird tweeting.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Police involvement would hurt him. The two are connected. The next racketeering predicate is X trafficking. Defendants' inner circle assisted whether they wanted to or not. Threats, substances, lies, and illegal violence to make them have X with escorts. Then it goes on to say, this is not an attempt to criminalize dysfunctional relationships or personal X behavior. They did not want to have X with strangers, while the defendant did it to himself. They were covered in oil and sores over and over again. They're trying to say that this is not just a dysfunctional couple. They didn't want to do these things. They were.
I leave around 5:30, sometimes 6. It's about 92 miles.
Partial County 7938.
Happy Mother's Day.
There's a better way to save on work travel. Book your work travel on Engine to find exclusive deals and save up to 60% on hotels and extended stays. Wherever your work takes you, save big on work travel.
Do that. That's what it's saying.
Hey, Sharrell, I'm grabbing some more coffee.
Okay. We are not asking you to find that every hotel night was or freak off was X trafficking, or even the majority. You only need to find the elements were met one time, one freak off. That's it. He's guilty, but it was way more than one. What? What? We are not asking you to find every hotel night or freak off was X trafficking. But when you brought it up, you meant it in its entirety, because you said, you know, that they had sores and different things that came up. They were forced to do it. But some of them were trafficking and some of them weren't. Okay. I don't know what they're talking about. You don't have to include all the freak-offs as trafficking. You just need to find one as trafficking. But, however, it was more than one time. That's confusing. That's very confusing. They have to restate that. What do y'all think about that? The conversation before the payment of bribing the hotel security who received an NDA from Combs Enterprise on letterhead was proof of the bribe, and Diddy paid him personally and got the video. I see what you're saying. I think Perry's argument is it was the security guard that offered the amount. Usually in bribing, it's the other way around. If Diddy offered the amount for them to do this illegal deed, somebody's in my backyard, really weird. All right. It goes on. Let's start with Jane. Turn off the public screens. Then it says Combs still in his chair, pass back from defense table. He meant pushback. At which Xavier Donaldson and Andrea Shapiro have their chins in their hands. Attorney Slavic, consider the sobriety party and in Jane's house. One of these freak-offs they called the sobriety party because they were supposed to do it one more time before he went to go get help. And that's weird. You wanted one more. That's weird. They should have called the police when Cassie was in the hallway. That's true. The other person brought up a price for the tape. And no charges were filed, none. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I was like, who's that in the backyard? He just walked past my window. Yeah. NDA says this doesn't apply when it comes to law enforcement, right? Able-bodied adults with free will acting like they can't do nothing. I'm not buying it. Make sure I'm not missing nothing. Here we go. Let's start with the love bombing stage. Jane was head over heels. They traveled to the Caribbean. Dr. Hughes talked about this. She never met with any witness, but it was like she knew them. Love bombing is a tactic. He was grooming her. Okay, so they're bringing up, in so many words, the cycle of abuse. And that's what that doctor came in and testified about, because they're going to have a hard time with why does she keep going back? That's why they're talking about that. Oh my God. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Life on this type of technicality, y'all straight tripping. I don't think it should be life, but I've always said that, overcharging. This is disgusting. Jane been sleeping with rich men. This is a mess. I wonder if they're going to bring that into, I'm talking about the defense, her history, because it can come off as Jane is new to all of this and she was forced to do all that, and she's not, but they haven't talked about it on the stand. Okay, Wayne says legal note. Number 4, because the Intercontinental Hotel dropped the ball, they had to pay Cassie $10 million. Next time they will learn their lesson and call the police. I'm telling you, they recorded it. That's crazy. What's wrong with you believing in these 304s like they're virgin angels? And then y'all know, get the F out of here. Okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Here we go. He gave Jane ecstasy. She fell to the ground, convulsing. The defendant liked baby oil and red lights. Then introduced in May 2021, she wanted to please her partner. She was high, The defendant had a freak off set up that was that very night. It was dancer time. So they're saying that, remember she said the first time she tried ecstasy, she had a reaction to it. So it could be contradicting because we know there's more to that story, but I don't think they're going to bring in Jane's past. So according to the jury, they think this is her first time doing these things. And that's what they're going to make their decision on. Because it was just us messy bloggers finding out about her past. They don't know anything about that, and they're not supposed to make any decision about that. So it is what it is. All right. Slavic. Jane was excited by the first experience. She didn't realize she had opened Pandora's box. It became 90% of their relationship. For a while, she went along. Then she told him she wanted to stop it. There were text messages about this, and then they show them on the screen. It says, now, this is very one-sided. It can frustrate the people that know about Jane's history, but they did not bring that into court. So according to the jury, this is the first time he started introducing her to substances that she never took before, and he talked her into having her first freak off. Now this, what might frustrate the audience, we know you have a whole nother other case about ex trafficking, but you have to go by the instructions. They did not bring that up. So you are to judge this as this is her first time. And all this was introduced to her by Diddy. And it might be fair, it might not be unfair. That's the way it is. Why is it so hard for people to believe some people can be manipulated in certain acts along with being under the influence? It's really hard for people to believe that because, and I'll tell you that in a minute. It says, Jane wrote, I wanted to do things outside these rooms, to travel with you. The defendant ignored Jane's discomfort. Those hotel nights were not about what Jane wanted. They were about what the defendant wanted to see. He decided how long, and then it stops right there. The reason I think it's so hard for people to believe is because they know her history. She got used to get $30,000 a month from 50 Cent. He found out that she was with other, here we go. No, that's not it. I got it. And so it doesn't sit right if you know her history. They're thinking, innocent my A, you've been doing this for a long time, over a decade you've been doing this. So, but will it affect the decision? No, because they didn't bring it into, maybe, you know, sometimes they do court cases and they say you can't talk about their past in this capacity. That's what's happening here. So people are frustrated and venting, but it is what it is. You have to go by what they gave you, the evidence they gave you. Did not bring into play her past. And it got really worse too. I was listening to the radio yesterday. She's done all kind of stuff. Then you got 50 Cent baby mama, the one he stopped talking to years ago. Can't remember her name, Shaniqua, talking on the radio. I mean, a lot of people are making fun of 50 Cent. Here we go. Jane said if she was going to have sex with strange men, she should choose which ones. The defendant made her ask them for nude photos. These were not for her. When she asked to use condoms, the defendant was not happy. He was dismissive and condescending. Perry.
Yeah.
don't you think, even though we found out about Jane's past, we found out who she was and all this stuff, if it's not admitted in court, you can't base a decision on that, no matter how frustrated you are.
And I get you. And remember, I told y'all a long time ago, and y'all laughed and said, "Oh, wow, Perry, you shouldn't do that. Jurors shouldn't look at the internet." Who's foolish enough to think that these people ain't going home? They tired, want to lay on the bed, get something to eat, watch internet. They know the difference. And for one, what they trying to sell right now, they understand that she's a 35-year-old woman when she got with him. That was presented in court. So she ain't that naive. And
right, but you have to base your decision on the information given to you by the court.
I'm just saying, off that information, regardless if I knew who her baby daddy was or not, I would think, girl, you was willing.
I got an update. She should try to have it go faster. He ordered her to slow down. It was about what he wanted. He dangled carrots. He gave her gifts and money. He lied to her repeatedly. She asked, "When are we going to get away?" He said they'd go on a yacht, but didn't. Also, too, was it presented? So her past wasn't presented in this case, and her relationship with Diddy wasn't presented in this, and with 50 Cent, pardon me, wasn't. They said a famous rapper, but they didn't say who he was. Also, I don't think they named Kanye West by name. I don't think they named him by name, but they said a famous rapper.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of introduced her, at Kanye's freak off.
To me, it still come across weak. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think they get to know the baby daddy. They watch these tapes. They seen more than what we seen.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people ain't crazy.
Do you think they seen the tapes where Cassie said that someone gave her a golden shower in her mouth?
No,
I can't take that.
It seemed like most of the tapes were of Jane. To
Jane,
me,
okay.
I mean, I don't know, but just seeing these things. Cassie stayed 10 years. Cassie came and said these are things she endured over the time, but kept going back, and back. Was that a rap song? Back and back?
Yes.
I don't know, something like that. But
I guess. Let me see what y'all saying. They didn't say she tried to accuse 50 Cent of things as well. That's important. They were very, very minimal on 50 Cent. They just said she had a famous. I don't even know if they said that part. Yeah, they said he was famous. They said he was an icon. Yeah. So they did say that. But even if you went home at night and broke the law like Perry would have done and found out who Jane really was, you can't use that in making your decision.
come on now, you can't.
Perry, you would have broke the law.
No, that's not what you saying. You can't use it. If you're gonna use what these women said on this, okay,
you're not allowed to use it.
Let's be in reality, right? You watching this testimony, you listen to this person. You can either believe the story or not believe the story, but you can't tell me once you've seen that tape, you can unblock it. Remember, like you said with the Cassie elevator.
Hold that thought. Desires, hotel rooms. He used his payment of her as leverage. The carrot turned into a stick, she wrote. He threats. I'm going to read it the way it is. She wrote, he threats and innuendo are nonstop. They meant the threats and innuendos are nonstop. What were you saying? I forgot.
I was telling you something.
You can't use it to make a decision, even if you broke the law to go see it. When
Well,
you're in deliberation.
right. Listen to what I'm saying. Now, I didn't go back when I came home from jury thing. You say, "Wait, what happened today?" Oh, this happened. This happened. I don't go back the next day. Yeah, me and my wife was talking about this last night. You
Right,
don't supposed to talk about it,
right.
but I would tell you what happened at court that day.
Have an update. And you would have been breaking the law. Let me keep going. He paid for her veneers because he didn't like her teeth, then said, look at the roof over here. Oh, and I'm going to read this again. He paid for the veneers because he didn't like her teeth, then said, look at the roof over her head and your pretty mouth and teeth. He wanted the all-star party X with 3 men. She sent him a photo of her on her period blood. I didn't hear that, but it could be information that we missed, that she sent him a photo that she was on her period.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, oh my God, what the heck? This is, I can't wait for this to be over.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. But yeah, so right now, if you were in the jury, because you just said you would have broke the law, you're not allowed to do that. And when you go into deliberation, you have to say why you feel the way that you feel. So if they said, oh, I know she had her own ex trafficking situation with Peter Nygaard, they'll go tell the judge.
Right. I hear all that. Now, I'm only simply saying, now, they ain't gonna come and say they watched Nancy Grace last night. So you talking about the people I'm talking to. Of
Right.
course, I'm gonna stick to the points that we're talking about in court. I'm gonna give you my opinion on based on what I heard in court, understand, and whatever else I could have ran across.
You're saying that
when I was
she's
off.
not allowed to be judged about her past, but if you illegally found out about it, it would stick in your mind.
Exactly. The same thing they did with the Cassie DV situation in the hallway.
Update. He sent this voice note, and then it says Sean Combs' voice. I'm about to really disappear on you. I don't have no time for this, baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job, attorney. The message shouldn't be clear. Not going to take no for an answer. When she tried to get out of one of the sessions by saying she was on her period, and she took a picture and sent it to him. That's
And then some people can assume she had to do it just to prove it because she was fearful.
Mhm.
Or sometimes when people lie a lot and they tell you something, sometimes they feel like they need to prove it. Oh, girl, you lying again. I prove it to you. Here's a picture. No, I'm just speculating. But go ahead.
I'm still glad I'm not on that jury because they have text messages to support their claims. And of course, they were contradicting. She was contradicting. And so the defense are going to have messages to support their claims. And this is just one big mess.
Well, it's what at the end of the day, what did you totally believe?
Yeah.
I believe all the witnesses ain't lying about all the stuff that happened. They fabricated on things that would benefit them. These people have lawsuits out there on their own. The little sweet Dawn, the girl with the frying pan, she got a civil suit out. They still want him to come back and put the little group back together. But he's so bad though. But you still coming back. So at the end of the day, Sharrell, like you say, oh Perry, you doing that? I'm saying if I was a betting man, do you think all these people go home? For one, when they leave the courthouse, do they get to have a blinders on so they don't see signs or people or earplugs so they don't hear people talking about it?
I don't know, Perry, but you have to follow the rules of the law or the other jurors can report on you and your ass will get kicked out.
Okay, I think, well, no, that.
Yeah, no, that's him again. So it's just,
No, it's 17 seconds. It was something.
it
It's
says
really
Slavic
brief.
is looking down and reading her closing statement from a binder on the lectern.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And I don't think they're, let me say this real quick. I don't think they're pausing in court when we have to wait for new responses. It's typing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, look, let's keep it real. We can say, oh, it's against the law and all this stuff. Have you ever jaywalked? You know it's illegal. You don't feel like waiting. You walk across the street when it's clear. Today's society, it's too hard. They in New York, don't they have, like in Vegas, TVs here, there, all over the place, screens? And you think they ain't got these people faces on there?
Perry, you cannot admit out loud to going against the judge wishes.
No. I didn't say I was going to say, hey, well, I was watching this show on YouTube last night or wherever. No, I'm just saying people do it. They just don't mention it. You understand?
Okay. Mhm. It says, after reading Cassie's lawsuit, Jane writes to the defendant, I feel like I'm reading my own ex trauma. 2, of my birthdays, you forced me. I don't know what part these text messages are going to play because each side has their own text messages. So that makes it very confusing. But you can't throw out the text messages because they support whatever your claims are. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's circumstantial.
Usually if you found conflicting information, you could throw it out. But because we don't have KK here telling us from her lips, and we didn't even put any D was the name, D-Rock was put on the stand, but he wasn't questioned in detail about these text messages. So, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not on the.
No, I'm just saying,
Sure.
really, you just got to use your common sense when you're in the jury.
Oh, wow.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying you got to use your common sense. I think it's could make, let me see, it's an update.
You got an update?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't take that thing off the screen, please. Jane wrote, you gaslit me. It was exploitation. You framed as love for your sick fetishes. The defendant called her and tried to trick her into saying it was all consented to. He fed her a false narrative. Listen to this clip. He talked over her. So they're listening to a clip. This person says, they didn't say that she tried to accuse 50 Cent of things as well. That's important. Well,
Yeah.
it's very important, but they didn't allow it in. So I'm not trying to be difficult with Perry. I'm just trying to tell y'all how it's supposed to go. All that stuff that we're talking about, they don't know nothing about.
Well, no, I'm saying I understand that, and that could have been something, but maybe they had some kind of restraint. They wouldn't even say the woman name.
Right.
So to bring this up, people would still then realize who it was, right? I mean, you would have to say some kind of name, or would you just say she did this without saying the name?
They didn't bring it up in court,
right?
So therefore, you shouldn't even be having a conversation with the jury about it. Aweno says, just like women went from the street to the internet, back page things like that. I mean, I hear y'all complaints. I just telling you how it's supposed to go. Now, that's how it's supposed to go. Now, how is it going to go in there? I don't know. But if you bring up that you know about her past, you're going to get kicked off. If you bring up you know her name, you're going to get kicked off. Here we go. Dr. Hughes told you how a victim is trauma bonded by her abuser. Jane often felt the defendant didn't listen to the truth. She said, Sean would say just to move on. He told her to charge him, that lawyers would be involved to buy her silence. I don't remember that. Let me read it again. Dr. Hughes told you how a victim is trauma bonded to her abuser. Jane often felt the defendant didn't listen to the truth. She said Sean would say just to move on. He told her to charge him, that lawyers would be involved to buy her silence. Again, we don't know all the testimony. What we do is just come in here and tell you what people are tweeting live that's going on in the court. Then later on, you go to someone like Armand Wiggins and he could fill in the blanks.
Right.
We're her all Diddy freak off friends. No one coming to his defense. I do understand why.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
Okay, because Nancy Grace tried to make a big thing out of it.
What happened?
You know how Nancy Grace, when she had the Joker's little blonde wig on it, and in Diddy case, and he's going down for RICO, and then they got other people on there, other content creators that getting backlash right now because how they're acting. And Diddy didn't have people represented come on because he knew nobody likes him and all this stuff. Look,
Hold that thought.
Yeah.
So she asked for $100K a year for her to move on. She thought it was reasonable, far less than Cassie. The defendant went ballistic. She refused to adopt her false narrative. You can read the text message. So this is when she wanted to leave, and then she asked him for money to leave.
That she should be compensated for the time she spent. And
Right.
that's at least $100,000 per year, 3.5 years, and whatever. I don't know. It was some crazy mess like that. But no, I was talking about Nancy Grace, how they trying to oversell something. Now, he didn't have nobody because they're upset that he didn't put on a defense for the prosecution to punch holes in. They want it to be a spectacle and have people come up and try to defend Diddy. See, Diddy don't have friends. Well, he may, maybe he do, maybe he don't. But Diddy is innocent until proven guilty. It's for the prosecutions to prove him guilty. If they feel like their, witnesses went or they didn't come strong enough, why defend something, bring people on for something that you feel that's weak? You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't prove their case.
So Nancy Grace is really unhinged, and it's upsetting a lot of the attorneys, like Joe Tacopino. It's like when she gets something in her head, she gets tunnel vision. And because of her past history of being a victim, according to her, she thinks she's standing up for the victim. But what she's doing is, hold on a second. Jane wrote that the defendant was going to show her X tapes to the father of her child. Then he reached out and told her to come see him in Miami. She makes it clear he doesn't want a hotel night. She says, okay, despite promise, he called and dancer. This is when they're trying to say she was tricked into coming to some of these freak offs, but it's very confusing because they said you just have to show that she was forced one time, but there were so many other times, and they're trying to define each time. So this time she was forced into it. Anyway, Nancy Grace is unhinged, and really, I don't think has the mental capacity to be doing a show like she's doing. That's why she was kicked off the network, because every case that she covers, she doesn't see the victim, she sees herself, and she lashes out at her accuser. Like, it's insane, and she's going to get a bad reputation on YouTube like she did on her show. I mean, she's just
Unhinged.
she's unhinged, very unprofessional. And now you're bringing this mess to YouTube. She covered a case one time about Misty Crossland and how his daughter was missing, and she's just, it was like she was talking to her accuser, and it appears she has mental issues she has to deal with. Here we go. Here are more threats about the rent. Jane writes, I hate worrying about the rent. This is in 2024. It all accumulated in June 2024. He assaulted her and forced her to perform oral on a dancer. This is trafficking. It does make such a big difference, though, not admitting her past.
Right. And I would look at something like that, just taking that little thing, because he assaulted her and forced. That would make it. But I don't know if they prove those things to be true. You see what I'm saying? It sounds good, just thrown out there.
I mean,
But
that's what
where's
you're saying about the whole case. You're saying you don't believe the witnesses because it's hearsay. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. They're alleging a lot of things. I believe some things, but then people say, hey, sometimes it's not what they say, it's their actions. Based off that, come on now. You want me to believe this, but then you telling me you are all pro. You international. 12 to 18 hours. No one else can wear those 7-inch heels as long as I can keep them elevated. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just too much for me.
No, I'm laughing because you said Nancy Grace with her blonde wig, and her eyes get like this. She's insane.
Mm-hmm.
She is insane.
She got a little Tootsie Roll and Diddy Roll and Diddy Roll. See, maybe she, no, for real, she might need a freak off to loosen her up.
She gets enraged, but these last couple days is really, really bad. And but no one listens to Nancy Grace. We love to hate her. I mean, you know, we know that something's wrong.
I used to love her show. It's been many years ago when she was on TV. No, I used to watch it because I would follow cases like that. But even then, she was over dramatic.
Yeah, it's reaching new levels. Yeah.
And then she had some other competitor that would copy her style. And then she'd go twice as far. She had dark hair.
Oh, Jane Velez Mitchell.
Okay, Lord have mercy.
All of them.
I don't know. Maybe do it sell your point when Diddy's going down and he doesn't even have friends. He don't have friends. Nobody likes him. Nobody likes Diddy. Well, that is your focus you in. You know, like calm down a little bit. I mean, some of these people I'm starting to think might be on a little pharmaceutical.
No, you guys, she started making fun of his man parts, saying that like she wouldn't want anybody talking about her breast. She was talking about the man part, and she was twisting the Tootsie Roll. So unprofessional. But she's on YouTube now. Does she have to be professional?
No, but it was almost like she was fantasizing.
It says it was interstate and the Astroglide crossed state lines. The defendant knew or recklessly disregarded that force, threats of force, coercion, or fraud were used. Consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. One time is enough.
Right.
Yeah, she's getting worse. That's so funny.
And then for people to say, Perry, you don't understand. One time is enough. No means no. I get it. And I would say this to you, though. Like, I understand that if you're going off that route. But did they actually prove actual facts? I ain't talking about when she write it one moment, I don't want to tonight. Then the next moment, what you doing? I'm going to pick up some baby oil. I see you tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like, do they got actual evidence? If somebody say I killed somebody, shouldn't it be a body or something that's unalive somewhere? Where's the proof? Just saying, I don't know. This is crazy. But these people need to back off the stuff, though. I mean, because it's getting crazy. It's like, oh, you know, everybody's covering this thing. I got to stand out.
Are you talking about Nancy Grace?
Yes. She's trying to reclaim her fame. You should have seen her. How can I?
Perry, we should start playing clips of Nancy Grace. Because
Yeah,
you can't help but to laugh.
little tissy roll.
And with his little kissy roll.
Boy, I sure wish I could have.
And then if somebody did her that way with her floppy breast, she would be complaining. Talked about the man's private parts. You've crossed the line. And if it was the other way around and someone said, she's got sagging, breasts and but JJ is really big, you would. No, if her JJ is wide and fatty, what they call it, she's got a fufa. That's what they call it. And she got a fufa over her pee. Oh my gosh, everyone will be crying. But she can come in and just start degrading. His penis is just not only unprofessional, it's unhinged. Girl, what's wrong with you? You don't know a better way to word things?
And the way she was just holding it and massaging it.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was a little freaky.
What would you do if they were like had a implant and said, and hers looked like this, and then he's like, she is getting unhinged, and people are complaining. Here we go. In 2023, he made Jane feel she'd have a proper NYC weekend, but invited dancers. Jane sent him another message. It's dark and sleazy, in fear of losing my home. His response, ? Girl, stop. Then he FaceTimed her and told her about stopping and dinner.
I don't know.
I mean, the reason what I'm worried about most is that each side is going to have these compelling messages. And I hate that they became such a big part of the evidence and of the case, because still they're going to fight their side. The defense is going to fight their side, and it really could confuse the jury.
Well,
that's why I wish there would have been more witness testimony. Like, so it's beyond a reasonable doubt. I wish there would have been more witness testimony. I wish KK would have came in, and so there was no room for other theories. But using text messages, they both are going to have strong text messages.
Right. So you're saying that you wish the prosecution could have came in with more actual facts than circumstantial evidence.
I didn't say that. Let me read this update. Oh, no.
No.
He says he lied. Look, and then it says public screen is still off for summary charts. Attorney, he is also texting Paul Arthur, a dancer. Look at these messages. He is setting up a hotel night when she is in the air. He tells her he has a surprise for her. She did not want it. And then they're going to show really damaging text messages from the other side. This case is not clear cut. It's going to be confusing.
So it's going to leave reasonable doubt, right?
For me personally, it would, but I don't know how other people think.
Because when you get two liars, or I'm just going to say, look, let's keep it real. It's not his job to prove his innocence. It's theirs to prove without a reasonable doubt that he's guilty. I think the problem they got all these big rules so they can get all these people out here to find what they want out of it and like it and love it and preach it every day, to try to lynch this man for something charges they should have got him on years ago. Right? Now, they got circumstantial evidence, which is these people who hit the stand, they got their text text messages. And you get to look at those. Those aren't direct. That's not direct evidence. Like, say,
Let me tell you what I think, Perry. I think men and women think different. Let me go back and see how many.
what the hell that's supposed to mean?
Well, I'm going to tell you. 8 men, 4 women. This might not go the prosecution's way. Women look at things different than men look at it. You guys are looking at it as a bunch of, what do you call it? 304s trying to get over. Women are going to look at it as a DV victim.
I look at it as Diddy using his power and his money to get him things that people willing to sacrifice to be around him. I'm looking at him the same way. He had 304, but he's the one furnishing gifts.
Just telling you what I think.
Well, I
Because
mean, let's keep
we
it
think
real.
different
I mean,
ways. Because I've gone to men channels and it's like we're watching 2 different cases. They are very
he was a sugar daddy.
adamant.
He was sugar daddies. He was a sugar daddy with responsibilities, things they expected from him. They was say if he's a sugar daddy, are they sugar babies? I mean, what they call them?
Sugar, I think they're sugar babies.
Okay, whatever. So they got responsibilities too. He support, he do all this. They come in service. They knew what they was doing. Let's keep it real. He knew what he was doing. He
Have
said,
an
"I want
update.
to do." Okay.
That comma before the plane even lands is a completed act of X trafficking. He tricked her. Then, under coercion, she calls Cabral to come to New York. In the next text message, she says, in NYC, I knew you would pair me up with a random person. I know he would pair me up with a random person, saying how she didn't want to do this. Go ahead. Do you agree with me that men think different than women?
Yes. And basically what you're saying, men have common sense and women don't.
If that's how you look at it.
That's what you want to say.
No, I'm trying to tell you
Okay,
what
right.
could
No,
be a problem in the jury deliberation.
somebody correct and said sugar babies. Yeah, thank you. No, okay, look, it's not that difficult. Yeah, women might look at it a different way, but are you gonna tell me women have been having my back the whole time and agreeing with me? Not all women think the same. You got soft women. Then you got women that saying, hey, you know what? Let's keep it real. As feminine as we want to be, let's just come out here and tell the truth. These girls got mistreated, got used, but they also got benefits off of it. That's why they chose to keep opening it wide, dropping it low.
But you don't know what kind of women are on the jury. You could have women that feel because of the DV, I don't care what happens after that, he's going.
Yeah, but that's not a charge though. So we talking about trafficking.
And so they're going to find a charge. This is
Did
going
they
to be
not
the
see
argument.
did they not see the videotapes?
I'm telling you what's going
Did
on.
they
Here
not
we
see
go.
it? I'm here, daddy, role playing.
I already told you my opinion. Here we go. In the sobriety party without substances, she is so disgusted, she vomits. She writes, I'm not a P-star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. The defendant responds, let's spend the day. And then it says, comma, no strangers. She replies, you'll love bomb me.
Okay.
So I'm
she
just
was
saying
fully
what
aware.
kind of problems could arise in the jury room, because at this point I done told you what I would have done. Because there's doubt, I would send not one person, not just Diddy. If your name was Sam, I'm not sending you to prison for life when there's doubt. Now,
Okay, right.
what could
Okay.
happen in the jury room? There could be these differences. Some people saw the DV, and no matter what happens, they're never going to forget it.
Right.
You have women like that.
I'm not telling them to forget it. I'm telling, hey, look down, Read the charge. You ain't got to forget a damn thing. I ain't telling you to forget what you learned from the kindergarten all the way through elementary, middle school, high school.
Update. He switches from the carrot to stick the house. He texts, "Are you going to let me into our house 8 times?" Then he said he was sick and needed her. She went and had sex with 3 different men without substances. She vomited. He said, "Get her back out here."
Yeah. So going back to what I was saying,
Go ahead.
I think you're right. The people on jury could see it the way you see it, softly.
No, I don't
And-
see it that way. I'm just doing the other
okay.
side.
I got you, honey. Okay. Well, people, I know, honey.
Mhm.
People can look at it and don't get past the DV. I get it. But they cannot get past the DV, but at the same time, some people could chew bubble gum and walk at the same time and see these women they are very aware of their activities. Like this previous thing, she says, "I am not a P star. I am not an animal." Then she says she know he lies. Then she applied, "You would just love bomb me." So they are aware that that he a liar. They want to be there. Some women gonna look at it. These women knew how it made them felt, but they kept showing back up, servicing him for cash, fame,
And somebody's going to
notoriety.
say cycle of abuse.
No, some of them gonna say, "Oh, you a little trifling ass. You a gold digger." No, I'm just saying, and only take one. And I'm
There's
sure it's
gonna
some
be-
men, it's some men understand who don't got used and abused and lied to, like these women have lied on the stand.
Mhm.
You think those guys never had a girl cheat on them?
Mhm. Yeah, everybody's coming in with different opinions. That's what makes this case so extremely complicated. People are on 2 ends of the spectrum. And because it's so emotional, I don't see anybody meeting in the middle. This is going to be one of the most difficult deliberations.
It's gonna be a hung jury. That what we're getting to.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
wasn't thinking hung jury, but it's going to be difficult. Maybe somebody can get somebody to see it that way. It's just going to be, it's going to be long. Okay. It's going to be days long and it's going to be complicated. That's what I think.
I think you got to update too, unless you. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. 2024 in Jane's house. 3 months after the HSI agents reached the defendant's home, they used Jane's house. He came there. They were supposed to have a fun date night. They drank and they drank and argued. She pushed his head into the counter.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good.
Yeah, but the same way you say that on this jury, like people would never unsee the DV that happened at the hotel.
Mhm.
I tell you, I still see it, but nobody can never unsee the 304 activity neither. You see what I'm saying? So I can see those girls 5, 10 years from now and still thinking, yeah, that's the 304. She could have went to
Let me
rehab and
tell you guys
everything.
something. Let me tell the chat something. The reason that I always propose the opposite side, one, that's going to happen in the
Jury.
deliberation room, right? 2, it just drives Perry over the edge. And we're sitting here and we didn't discuss the other side. We would be bored shitless. And it just causes him to get a little Nancy Grace in him. Here we go. Attorney says he shouted at her. She told him to leave. She ran and closed the doors. He kicked down 3 doors. You saw the doors. Here's one of them on the screen. Then it says public screens are still off for no reason. Attorney says she ran without shoes. She hid. He was waiting.
It sounds like Friday the 13th, don't it?
I mean, they have a very toxic, if you want to call it a relationship, it's the whole thing is a true definition, in my opinion, of a addict's lifestyle. Y'all don't know how these addicts live.
Mhm.
I mean, it's just one incident after another after another. And I know that personally. Do you think there's anybody in the chat that either hasn't done drugs themselves or known somebody who's done it? Because it affects our society really bad. You either work with somebody, somebody in your family, you yourself causing havoc for the rest of the family.
Mhm.
You know, these addicts' lifestyle are just unbelievable. Jane hit Jane hit the defendant. He punched her in the face. Here are photos, and then it says public screens are off. Attorney, he dragged her by her hair back into the house. Jane took his phone and called the other woman. She shouted. The defendant called Jonathan Perez.
Hmm. You know something I was just thinking about though?
She should be called the police, huh?
Right. Oh yeah, now that's a fact. They go through this whole thing. Oh, she had to run. He didn't kick down one door. He kicked down one to the right, one in the middle, and one to the left. And she took off running down the street. Did you leave your cell phone? Now, if it was that bad, you could have dialed 3 numbers, 911. Didn't do none of that, but came back and got freaky and being love bombed the next day. Tired of it. Women, for real, like some guys go out there like deadbeat fathers, give men like myself a bad name. Fathers out there. If I was y'all women, I'd be upset
Of what?
of how the name or how these 304 is making y'all look.
How are they making them look?
Soft, stupid. I mean, think about what I'm been hearing. Oh, he groomed them. They're not smart. They aren't free thinkers.
So, Perry, let's just do a hypothetical. You're in the jury deliberation,
Mm-hmm.
and
Right
are
there.
you gonna call the other people stupid?
I ain't got to come. Yeah, I will look at them as they're stupid. And if they say, hey, you know what? How you going to decide on that KP charge? I'm going to say, not guilty. They're going to say, well, hey, sir, jury number 9, he really did it. I'm going to say, wake up and live in reality and stop trying to lynch a black man. That's what
You
I'll
say
tell
that?
them. Yeah, I would tell them that because I would get pissed off. And especially if we out of Krispy Kreme donuts.
Do they serve you food in there?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Really?
Yeah. They gotta do something. Shit, you
I got
stuck
an
in there?
update. He followed her into the shower and hit her, knocked her down. He called Antoine, the dancer, and told her to have sex with him. She put on makeup to hide her injuries. She drove to the pickup, Anton at the gate. Then the defendant said, take this effing pill. Well, you got to admit this. That was a crazy, this was a
Okay,
crazy situation.
read it again, because I think I could
I'll
have
read
missed
it again. He followed her into the shower and hit her, comma, knocked her down, period. He called Antoine, the dancer, and told her to have sex with him. She put on makeup to hide her injuries. She drove to pick up Antoine at the gate. Then the defendant said, take this effing pill.
Okay. So if you want me to believe this, he walked in the shower, knocked her down. She fell to her knees. So scared. Okay, I need to get out
We
of
got
here.
an update. He put his face inches from her and asked, is this coercion? He was blazingly acknowledging he was breaking breaking the very same law he violated before. Jane didn't want to have SEX with the escort that night. She said no, but he wouldn't take no as an answer. Go ahead, Perry.
Okay, so there's a lot going on here.
It's a lot.
If you want to believe, now I'm not saying that people that it didn't happen, but people can make this stuff up. He hit me and knocked me down, but I supposed to believe. So you get out the shower, you bruised up like this, but you figure I got to pick up Antoine at the gate, so let me powder up, cover up the bruises, and go and pick him up and come back.
I think the opposing side is going to be focused on whether you're in a bed and you say no, no means no. If you are with another person and you forced somebody to do it, no means no. That's what they're going to say.
Did they actually show proof of him asking? Okay.
No, but they're going to use these text messages. So you're never going to find the proof that you're looking for, right?
Okay. Do y'all remember what the text message said? I don't want to tonight, right? Is that what you mean? Meaning no. I don't feel like it tonight. Right. But what was the next text message? And after that, now, and once she said that, is it something that him grabbing her, pulling her, forcing her to come and do these things?
He didn't force her to do it with him. He forced her to do it with Antoine.
So he slapped her around. You go in there and do that. Oh, okay.
I'm just saying what.
All right. I mean, in all this, was it on camera anywhere? No video.
Right. You're going to go back to where's the proof that even happened? Because you're saying you can lie all day long.
She lied. Now, this wasn't in court, but she lied on her baby daddy, right? When she was mad and when she wanted to get back.
I don't think that's in court. I don't think that's in court.
No, it's not in court. I'm just saying in life for people who say, oh no, who would lie about that? It's a lot of liars out here. And
yeah, but they're not going to be judging on that.
This is the hard part about this whole thing for me. And why I can't make a lot of you women understand that why I see things the way I see. Look, a criminal, a house burglar, do I supposed to feel sorry for it? A person who's been robbing the whole neighborhood. He done broken everybody's house on the street. Then somebody finally break in his. And now he want to cry about it. I just can't. Look, I just can't take it.
Update. At the appropriate time, let's break for lunch.
Who said that?
This would be a fine time. The judge says, okay, jurors, you may go. All I'm telling you, Perry, in chat, first of all, me and Perry got to talk about something during these long, in between the text messages. But I'm representing one side and he's representing the other side. I already told y'all how I felt, but there's going to be somebody in there that feels the opposite way. And that's what makes this so messy. It's a messy case, very messy.
And then the defense will come on and show that it's a relationship. See, you know what? It's like side chick syndrome. It's not Stockholm syndrome what these women got. Side chick syndrome, right? God. Because every side chick is always fine as long as you paid their cable bill for the month or something, and you just come make that one stop so she can still have her other life. But these side chicks are always under the belief that the reason why you got a side chick because you ain't satisfied with what you got at home. But what they don't realize, they don't want to freak out. They don't want to freak like a wife or something that's a freak. They want to freak. They had to go into the sideshow that they was only used to be a freak. And a specialized freak because they had certain skills. You know what I'm saying? Certain talents. And they'll brag about it. But I'm just saying, these girls are just upset, side chick syndrome. And when they don't get their way, now they want to come after somebody. And, all
right, you guys, I'm going to play Long Crime and take a break, go to lunch. You know the routine. Here we go. Did you want to say anything, Fury?
Oh no, I'm gonna step out on
Okay.
the balcony.
Hear that. Aaliyah, you have a thought on that?
That's how celeb teams operate is very scary because no, celebrities should not be committing crimes. Celebrities should not be abusing people, right? I think from a very, very basic standpoint, I always compare this to like an episode of Law and Order SVU, right? And we talk about how like it's very simple for us to understand how someone who gave consent at one point took it back later. And when I take it back later, that's it. This entire case would not be a case if we all agreed, hey, do you want to do this? Sure, I want to do it. Hey, do you want to do this again? Sure, I want to do it again. I have consent every time. This goes away. This is just, a freak off and it's their business and, it's not a crime, right? But if you continue to ask someone and they keep saying no, and then you're pushing them, and then in Cassie's case, she tried to leave and move on with her life and he wouldn't let her, that's taking away consent. That's the coercion.
If he gets convicted of all these charges, I can't say to you I'm surprised. Okay? I can't say to you I'm surprised. I understand what the prosecution did. Having said that, I go back to my main point before. This is a great case. This is not so simple. Why? Put aside the alleged actions of Jane and Cassie during, before, after all this, Mia, Brianna Bangolan. There are parts to this that the jury may look and say, is Cassie really a victim? The alleged actions of Jane and Cassie during, before, after all this, Mia, Brianna Bangolan. There are parts to this that the jury may look and say, is Cassie really a victim of sex trafficking in the traditional sense? Why? I want to put something up right now. By the way, they went to lunch, so hopefully we get Elizabeth Milner out as well. This is an audio tape that I wonder if it's going to complicate everything. There was an audio tape of Cassie allegedly threatening a man who had observed this sex video, was maybe going to release this sex video. I want to play it. It came up during the defense. Let's play it right now. I'll talk to you guys about it on the other side. Let's play it.
So you have it or you don't have it? Can you just be clear with me? Do you have it?
I saw it and I don't want to ever see it again.
I know you don't, but I want to see it.
Yeah, but I don't want to see it. Bro.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
no, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now.
So Candace, aside from the tone of that and someone saying, that feels like a strong woman, is she really a victim of sex trafficking? And mentioning she's using Diddy as her backup, right? Now, I'm curious, you tell me what the jury's going to take away from this, and then I have one more thought about it, but tell me what you think the jury's going to take away from that audio, excuse me.
Listen, if somebody was on trial for chopping up someone and putting him in a grave, like she said, that would be one thing. This is just somebody who was scared, and this is what we've heard throughout the whole trial. She was scared. She always felt that there was a sense of coercion over her because of this tape that she is in this particular audio fighting about. So to me, that just makes sense. Sure, she might have been a strong woman in some instances, but compared to Sean Combs and his power, because we have to look at the power dynamic, that's something totally different. Compared to Sean Combs and his age and her age when they met, and when some would say he potentially groomed her, that's a totally different thing. I don't think that this audio, if I were a juror, would do one thing at all. I just think that at all times, there was this sense of coercion that we have heard from every single witness. And if I can just jump in and say one thing,
sure.
I don't think this is that confusing at all when it comes to RICO. If we just take Eddie Garcia and Regina Ventura on extortion and bribery, I think that's the two you have. You don't even need anybody else. If you really are explained what RICO is very clearly, and I'm not saying I agree with it in theory and that this is, the great case to make it out with. I'm just saying if I'm on the juror, if you've explained to me that you get two of these predicate crimes, I'm clear on those crimes. But back to the audio, I do not think that as a juror, that would make me sway one way or the other.
I imagine the defense is going to jump in on that. And look, I'll say this point. You make a great point that it's different, her conversation with him versus Sean Combs. And I imagine the prosecution, if they haven't said already, will say, you know why she didn't walk away? You know why she didn't do it? You know why she couldn't fight back? Because look at the 2016 tape. Look what happened with Kid Cudi. It's very different providing some sort of resistance to Sean Combs. But I'll also say she was so scared of this tape, right? The argument could be she was so scared of this tape coming out. She was so scared of anybody seeing this tape. When we talk about the alleged threats from Sean Combs to release these videos, of course that goes to the coercion element. Now, I'm sure the defense will say, hey, he was never going to release them. He didn't want any of that out there. So it's a back and forth. It's a back and forth. I think this is going to take a while for the jury to ultimately deliberate. And I don't think this is necessarily, I hear you. I think that they've checked a lot of boxes. I just think it's going to take a while to ultimately come to a conclusion about all these charges. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. So the jury went to lunch. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner out here, and then we're going to continue the conversation with my expert panel, your questions on the other side. Stay with us.
This is it, grand finale of Ford employee pricing at Bob Thomas Ford. Last chance to get the Ford employee discount across a full lineup of Ford SUVs, plus rebates. Payments as low as $319 a month for a new Ford Escape, only $409 for a Big Bend Bronco Sport, and only $469 for a new Explorer.
Okay, sound crazy to me, but people. Coming back, I guess they just taking a. Oops. I got my phone on. I need to go back and finish taking my break. But Priscilla, I understand what what you said, that it could happen, but what most people overlooking Yeah, in certain instances, right? Maybe you can explain it better. But certain people, it don't fit for everybody. These women did these things. We can give them all these syndromes we want, but they did it to stay in this relationship. They thought they would be the next Mrs. Combs. Side chick syndrome. You know, it happens because they feel entitled, like, hey, I got something he can't get at home. I got him right where I want him. And then, especially when you paying the cable bill, probably paying the Netflix bill, buying them a dinner here or there when you meet up, and they think they milkshake gonna bring the boy to the yard that he'll eventually get on a knee. But these people will realize they'll spend years and years doing it. Then after a while, they'll start to feel played. When they get played and realize this guy ain't gonna never marry you or leave the person he with to be with you full time, then they get angry. And then now you want to go and sue them. Start threatening, I'm gonna tell your spouse or whoever. It's just crazy. But I'm gonna go back out here and finish taking my little lunch break, and they should be back in a few minutes.
All right, welcome back to our continued coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case in New York. I'm Jesse Weber. Thanks for joining us. We're going to get to more of your questions. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner up right now. Before I do, just want to let you know we got a super chat question that came in from Smarty Pants. Smarty Pants, first of all, thank you so much. I know you've been very active in our questions for the last several weeks. We really do appreciate it. The question is, jury does not or does have to be unanimous on the RICO predicates for the RICO conspiracy case. Yes, for that charge, RICO conspiracy, yes, they absolutely have to be, but only with respect to two. Only with respect to at least two predicate crimes. And I believe on the verdict form, they even have to check off which of those were actually proven. So it's a really good question. By the way, Miss N. Kesey, Jesse, fellow class of 2012 lawyer. Is that Kenza? Kenza, if it is, put it down in the chat. Good to see you, Kenza. It's been a minute. Where have you been? I hope it's Kenza. Anyway, thank you so much. All right, let me bring on Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes in-court reporter, a fan favorite. Everybody loves Elizabeth. Why? Let me read it to you. Alana Rodriguez says, hi, Queen Elizabeth and Jesse. You're both great. Jesse's handsome. Elizabeth's gorgeous. Question for Elizabeth. Did Combs' family come today? Elizabeth, good to see you. Did Combs' family come today?
Well, that's a great question. And also, thank you so much for the sweet, kind words. I always appreciate it. And I read a lot of y'all's comments. So thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yes, it was a full house today inside that courtroom, literally body to body, a lot of people inside that courtroom, and especially over on the defense's side, where you're seeing more of Diddy's support system and family come to court today to really kind of be here for the final days of the trial, pretty much. Of course, that being summations, aka closing arguments. So we saw everyone from Janice Combs, Diddy's mother, Sharrell, who's one of Diddy's very close friends, who's been inside that courtroom every single day of trial and even was attending some of those pre-trial hearings too. We saw Keisha Combs, that's Sean Combs' sister, Justin Combs, Sean Combs' son. Quincy was there. Again, that's also Sean Combs' son. Misa Hilton, who is the mother of Justin Combs, was there. Sarah Chapman, who is Diddy's daughter, Chance's mother. And then, of course, the twins were there, that being Delilah Combs and Jesse Combs. And so it's interesting. The only one that notably was absent from what I could see inside the main courtroom was just Christian Combs. But everybody else, and I should also say probably his youngest daughter, that being Love, she wasn't there inside the courtroom. But I think notably also some interesting faces that are inside that courtroom today, too. Maybe not necessarily on Sean Combs' side was Doug Wigder, who we all know to be Cassandra Ventura Fine's attorney, as well as Jay Clayton, and that's the acting U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. So a lot of famous faces are inside that courtroom, a lot of people that we're very familiar with as we've been following this case pretty closely. Oh, and I think I forgot Karen Agnifalo's inside that courtroom too. So it's a lot of people there really trying to see what these summations are going to be, both on the prosecution side and then once we get to the defense's closing tomorrow, obviously for the defense's side too.
Since there are no cameras in that federal courtroom, there's no audio equipment in that courtroom, Elizabeth has been our eyes and our ears for the last several weeks. So we have this question from Merlene Spies. What is Diddy's reaction today? Does he look worried?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I was trying to get some peeks in between all the heads of the attorneys that were literally right in front of me inside the courtroom today. Because normally that row right in front of us in terms of the press is normally empty. But today, again, everybody's inside that courtroom. So when I was getting peeks and glimpses over at the defense's table, I was trying to see what Sean Combs' demeanor was during these closing arguments, especially as they were talking about RICO, especially as they were talking about sex trafficking, both alleged victim 1, that being Cassie, and alleged victim 2, that being Jane. And so from what I could see, especially at the start of the trial, or excuse me, at the start of closing arguments today, I really kind of saw Sean Combs really just kind of stare a little bit into the distance from what I could see. He was kind of looking towards where the judge is on the bench, and obviously there's no witness over there. So really the prosecutor, that being Christy Slavic, was giving her summations over kind of towards the side right in front of the jury box with a microphone and a stand kind of like the one that I have my notes on right now. And so I saw him kind of looking a little past her, again, kind of towards the judge's direction. Then I would look over, I'd see him kind of like getting glimpses over at Christy Slavic doing the summations and possibly at the jury too. And then I saw him, doing what he usually does too while he's at the defense table, which is jotting notes down, passing them off to Mark Agnifalo. So really we got all these different kinds of movements from him. But in terms of just demeanor, I think he was just especially happy to have his family inside that courtroom, making sure everybody who was on the list was able to get inside in order to support him. And so from that was probably the most reaction I've seen of him, is just a big smile on his face whenever he saw his family.
Elizabeth, we're reading the transcript of the closing arguments. We have no idea what the tone is like. We have no idea how Christy Slavic is actually delivering it. So we have a couple of questions here. Jack asks, Elizabeth, how would you describe the overall tone of Christy Slavic's closing argument? Was it emotional, methodical, aggressive? John Doe III asks, what seemed to be the prosecution's most powerful moment in closing argument so far?
Yeah, well, it seems like it's very methodical. And, I know that this is a very high profile trial. Obviously, it's a very high profile defendant, that being Sean Combs. And so maybe people might think that they're expecting these very animated moments during the summations done by the government. But it seems like it's just really kind of very monotone, very concise, I should say. But I will say this, Jesse, is that Christy Slavic, when she's giving these closing arguments, she really is just laying it out as simple as possible, to the point I'm actually understanding everything that's going on. And I'm like, okay, this is really just kind of laid out perfectly for the jury. Now, could points have been kind of condensed a little bit and not as repetitive? Possibly, maybe. But in terms of just the tone in her demeanor while giving these closing argument, it is very kind of similar to how the government's opening statement was. It was just very monotone. You can tell she's kind of reading off of the script that she had prepared. But I think it's interesting too, because they put, a PowerPoint presentation of just everything in terms of just all the assistants that the jury was able to see, all the escorts/entertainers that the jury was able to see. They were kind of bringing points from the transcript and relating it to certain points of maybe, in some cases, the RICO conspiracy and arson and kidnapping, relating it to the testimony that was given by particular witnesses, including, Kid Cudi or Capricorn Clark, those types of folks. And then bringing it back to the text messages, where they're highlighting how these certain text messages will really kind of point to instances of alleged sex trafficking in terms of Jane or in terms of Cassie. And so that's really kind of the tone in terms of the closing arguments that they have. And from what I could see, even of the jury, especially at the beginning, they were really kind of paying close attention. I think maybe towards the lunchtime hour, they were ready for lunch, because it's a long time to be listening to just one person. But, if I can binge watch a Netflix series for 8 hours, I think the jurors are okay with the 4-hour summation.
Well, that is why the defense wanted Mark Agnifilo to go on Friday. They didn't want him to have to go after the jury's exhausted from prosecution's closing argument and having lunch. Oh, now we got to hear the defense. It affects the impact of that. So I completely understand it. Elizabeth, I know you have to get back into court. Great seeing you. Thank you so much. Great reporting. We even have Outcast 93 saying, Elizabeth, you've been doing a fantastic job since the beginning of this trial. You really have. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation now with Candace Kelly, David Ring, Aaliyah Roberts. Maybe we'll get Sierra Gillespie back up here as well. Aaliyah, I want to turn to you. We have a question that came in from, by the way, if you have questions for our panel for the next hour, by the way, we're doing full coverage. We're going to have Anjanette doing, I think, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern as well. Elizabeth and I are going to be doing a recap for Sidebar, recap of the entire prosecution's closing argument today. You can check that up later on Law and Crime's YouTube page. But we're getting, so if you have questions for the next hour or so, make sure to submit them. We'll answer them here. Olivera Nikolic asks, do you think that Jane's testimony was a total fiasco, considering that she testified that she willingly agreed to everything? Shouldn't the prosecutors see that during preparation?
I do not think that Jane Doe's testimony was a waste of time. Let's say in this scenario where they don't believe that Jane Doe was coerced, right? What we did get from Jane Doe's testimony was a complete corroboration of everything that Cassie Ventura Fine testified to. We had a very, very good, a lot of the different ways in which she was manipulated and abused, and that the physicality between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura Fine's relationship, which then makes her more credible, right? So let's say we completely have Jane Doe. I don't believe that she was forced. I don't believe that she was coerced. You still have then bolstered Cassie Ventura Fine's testimony, and that will again still lead to a conviction based off of everything that she had testified to.
You also need another victim. I mean, if you're talking about a pattern of abusive victims, I mean, sure, Mia, question, Brianna McGowan, but she makes up another specific counts in this indictment for racketeering, for sex trafficking, for transportation to engage in prostitution. I know there was a whole question about, wasn't there supposed to be another alleged victim that testified? Still kind of up in the air about what happened there. All right, David, back to you. We have a question from Matthew Robillard. How can Diddy even begin to handle over 70 civil lawsuits? I don't know if that's the exact number, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Is it realistic? Is it realistically possible to address each one, or is the strategy just to settle as many as possible?
Oh, but look, he's going to be fighting these civil cases for a long time. Let's assume he's acquitted, right? And he still has to deal with the civil lawsuits. And what's likely going to happen is somehow they're going to, get coordinated, and there's going to be, a process to them, but it's going to take years for him to get through the civil cases, and it will be even more difficult if he's in prison trying to do it. So no.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you in store and on the job site with top quality durable paints, knowledgeable.
And I'm sure he's going to have these outstanding lawyers who are going to fight the cases and ultimately settle the ones that need to be settled.
All right, Candace, question from Didi. Why Diddy isn't ratting out people to get a deal?
So I tell you what, there's still time for a plea deal. I mean, it's very unlikely that will happen.
Is there really? Is there really? You think that would happen? What would that look like at the end of this trial? Everybody testified already.
Like I said, it's very unlikely that would happen. We're saying that the door is open, technically speaking, but we know that is, we have passed that. That ship has sailed. Now I'm trying to remember what your question was. Oh, will you rat people out? I think that one of the strategies that we don't know about is what's going on behind the scenes with Sean Combs. We don't know what that plea deal looked like. We don't know whether or not he gave up people, and if it was enough to get a plea deal that he liked. Obviously, it wasn't, because he didn't take it. So I think that there's too much information that we don't know about in terms of ratting other people out. And I wouldn't call it ratting. I would call, listen, you have to act and comply with what your defense team is asking you to do. There's information that I'm sure he has, and there's information that I'm sure his defense team has that is very, very important, and that perhaps can get him off in maybe some of these civil cases. That is yet to be seen, but those civil cases are going to be what is next. And we might hear a little bit more about who's involved in those particular cases.
I never believed that he was going to be ratting out people, because if you take the prosecution's narrative, he's the head. He's the top fish. He's the head of this criminal organization. Now, you could say politicians, you could say other KK. I mean, it's really him. You could look at other celebrities and politicians, but a lot of it was innuendo. A lot of it, I think a lot of people went into this case thinking that, oh my gosh, every single white party is going to be exposed. Every single celebrity is going to be exposed. It's going to be like Jeffrey Epstein. That really wasn't what it was. It was a very specific prosecution with specific victims, specific charges. And, I don't think he was ever going to take anything where he would have any prison time, because one of the reasons we have rushed to trial, Aaliyah, right, is because he didn't want to spend any more time in jail. I still think that he thought the reason he surrendered his passport, the reason he came to New York, he thought he was going to make bail. And if that was the case, we wouldn't have a trial right now. He's going to push it down the road.
I completely agree. I think people, the viewers, and I was born in the 90s, so I recognize that people might not be aware of this. This is not the first time that Sean Combs has been charged with a crime, right? This is not the first time at all, right? We have the issue with the gun with J-Lo back in 2003. If I'm not mistaken, he was charged with murder, or there was a conversation about or him being charged with murder. So he's used to, okay, I'm Sean Combs. I show up, I do what they tell me to do, I pay whatever I need to pay, and then I go on with my life, continuing to do what I've been doing. And I truly believe that there is a part of him that still thinks, despite all of the evidence that has been proffered against him, that that's what's going to happen this time.
David, we got a question that came up from Kanisha James. Hi, awesome panel. Thank
not have heard from her physically, and we may not have heard from Sean physically out of their mouths, but we heard something that could not be disproved and that was entered into evidence. 36 pages of information that connected everybody together. I think that she's very, very important. And I think that had she come for either prosecution or the defense, I don't know, I think that would have opened the door for Sean Combs to actually testify and blame it on her. Again, I know it's one of those things, well, yeah, when we look at the 1970 statute and the crime boss loophole, that's what it was created. As you said, they were going after Sean Combs. But with the same token, when it comes to his defense, his biggest defense, in my estimation, would be actually it was KK, or she's also partly to blame, because had she taken that stand, she would have known so much information, she would have sunk his ship so quick. He would have come up for air swimming and paddle boating right to that stand so that he could act in his own defense.
I mean, in a racketeering conspiracy case, he can't have agreed by himself. He needed somebody else. They say she's the main co-conspirator, and I wonder if the jury's going to be thinking about that. Quick question. A lot of talk about what happened yesterday. I mentioned it today with Sierra. Oh my gosh, prosecutors are abandoning arson and kidnapping. That was not the case, right? They abandoned the theory of it. But here we get a question. Sunset of the North, the attempted arson and kidnapping dropped. Is this still charges because it happened, not attempted? So I think that let's just clarify. We're right. They're still going forward with arson and kidnapping. You think it was a good idea that they dropped the attempt? Because I guess they're still moving forward with the idea. No, he committed arson. He committed kidnapping, or he committed conspiracy to commit kidnapping or arson, or he committed aiding and abetting kidnapping or arson. You think this is a good idea to streamline the case for the jury?
I do. I think this is from a merger standpoint. If we can argue that the actual crime was committed, we don't need the attempt because the crime itself was committed, right? We know that there was testimony from Kid Cudi regarding the arson. We know that there was testimony from Jane as well as Cassie regarding the kidnapping. So we no longer need an attempt at committing these crimes because the crimes, as far as the evidence has been proffered, if you believe the evidence, the crimes were committed, and there no longer needs to be a need for the attempt of the said crimes.
Mm-hmm. I want to play you something. So we knew this would come into evidence. We knew it was a big part of this case. As much as the 2016 tape of Sean Combs beating Cassie Ventura in the hotel hallway of the LA Intercontinental Hotel was going to be a big piece of evidence. In fact, that's how the prosecution started their case. We also knew his apology video was going to come in, 2 days after CNN had published it. I want to play it right now, talk about what impact this is going to have in the case.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I made no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, go into rehab. I had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
David, what impact do you think that video is going to have, aside from the fact that before trial, I think the prosecutors made a great argument. They said, you can't argue that the tape of the 2016 tape was altered or isn't real. He's basically admitting it's him. But besides that, what impact do you think that's going to have? Because I believe in jury instructions, there is this component of voluntary intoxication, that he didn't form the proper criminal intent that might be necessary for, let's say, sex trafficking. What do you think of that video? What value is that video going to have for the jury?
Here's what I'd say. If we were just talking about the Intercontinental Hotel incident, the beating of Cassie on that videotape, and then the video and the apology by Combs is played, okay, it kind of has an impact on the jury, and he says all the right things and seems contrite, and it's never going to happen again. I'm a changed man. Okay. But we've now heard so many bad acts about Sean Combs over a long period of time that it rings hollow. It no longer has an effect on me because I'm like, You apologize for that because you had to. It became public. What about the other 40 things that you did that are despicable? So I don't think it's going to carry a lot of weight in this trial.
By the way, a lot more conversation about KK. So I'll throw this to you, Candace. Never be asks Jesse, if they prove Rico, right, racketeering conspiracy, doesn't Christina Coram go to jail since she's part of his enterprise?
Well, she doesn't go to jail right now. No. She's going to have to go through the process, right? Everybody's due their day in court. So it's nothing that's going to be automatic. If they prove Rico, it certainly does not look good for her because many people see them kind of in the same light, and that they were, an A and B pair. She knew everything that was going on. And we do know that by the evidence. The other thing that we get from this evidence is that we see evidence here, if she is indicted, which she just might, we know the evidence that we're going to see or what it's going to be similar to. So I would say that it would be coming, but it's not something that would be automatic.
We got with us Sierra Gillespie. By the way, that's if she gets actually charged and she wasn't granted some immunity that we don't know. We got back with us long crime Sierra Gillespie outside the courthouse right now. Sierra, I want to bring you back onto the conversation. What do you think about this? This is a big portion of whether or not Jane is credible, whether or not, even if the jury takes as true everything that happened to her, it was actually sex trafficking. Donna Herman asks, do you think Jane felt obligated to not throw shade too much on Sean Combs because she's still under financial manipulation from Diddy? What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's a trip.
That's a really good question.
Okay. All right. So Perry wants to talk about a delicate situation.
I was gonna
Do
say
you
this.
think?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to let them know how that he wants to talk about a very difficult situation. Is Diddy getting charged? Judged so harshly because he's black?
Yeah.
What do you want to say about that?
I think so. Now, right, because like being black, if he was charged with the right things, I think they're trying to force the issue because he's black and they want to take down this black man, my opinion. I think things probably will be different. I'm going to ask people this. If take Diddy out and put Cassie in that situation, would they be going after her like that? Is maybe one question. Because Cassie ain't this sweet, innocent girl like people think. If Diddy would have came out and said this, right? Remember when she was talking to one of the dancers? She said, I'll K you. If they had that on Diddy, which they won't apply that Diddy's this kind of guy. I guess what I'm trying to say is this. Cassie have said that they got statements. It get pushed under the rug. But, oh no, that's nothing. But they want to use that kind of thing on Diddy. Did that make sense, Sharrell?
Yeah, let me translate what he's saying. He was saying that Cassie's on tape threatening to unalive somebody.
Mm-hmm.
They really are overlooking it. If you would have had a different person saying that, that's like gangster talk. Right. And you're saying nobody's focusing on that. They want to gloss over Cassie's part and her accountability. You have to take accountability in this some way. That's what you're saying?
Right. I'm saying this.
I'm just trying to relate it to the chat the way, because sometimes you go real hard. Go ahead.
Right. I'm just saying this though. Seriously, then this, no funds with this. I'm not having fun with this. People want to look at her a certain way. They put emphasis on, when they read a text message, Cassie said, I don't feel like it tonight. They put emphasis on that to make her out to be a victim, which she was a victim to DV. Nobody's arguing that. That's not even a charge, okay? So, but we're talking about this whole case. Why ain't they putting...
Maybe you should reword it this way. You should say, is this a witch hunt?
Right. Is it a witch hunt? Is it a witch hunt against Diddy? Is it? Because I don't feel none of that energy going towards other text messages or them going after other people like this. As
Well,
far
you're
as
upset. Must be you're upset because she straight out said in a tape that she would unalive somebody, and nobody addressed that. That's what you're upset about. This
right. Well, let's keep it real. That's what happened. They brushed over it. Oh no. It's okay. She say that, but they want to put emphasis on. Oh well, she said I'm not in the mood tonight. That means no. But you overlooked her saying she okay somebody. Then you want to act like she's his victim. Oh, she's so vulnerable. One of her, one of the prosecution witnesses came in and said Diddy came in and threw a knife. She threw it back. Is she that vulnerable, people? That's what I'm trying to say to this. I got somebody said no mean no. Yes. And K mean K. Why are they overlooking it when it come down to the opposite sex? Or just because maybe he's not the target? You know, I mean, why are they trying to keep him? I'm just seeking fairness, right? I'm just saying if you're gonna be fair about this whole thing.
you feel that you're not being heard because she did have a crazy tape out there and nobody said nothing. That's what you're so you feel like you're not being heard, right? Or okay.
Well, I'm just saying I think people are being biased. On one hand, they want to say this. I told y'all, Diddy ain't no saint. He don't did illegal things. So have they. So it's not this. It's a dysfunctional relationship. It's a dysfunctional group that's on pharmaceuticals. It's toxic. But they want to take this group, say as an enterprise, all this, that they use certain things to try to get this RICO, but they overlook other things. Why isn't she being held accountable for threatening to case
Hold
somebody?
on, let me address this. Ma'am, Perry's allowed to have his opinion questions. And he definitely sees things a lot different than you, even as an African American woman. Don't try to squander his voice or start going crazy in the comments section because he thinks different than you. Everybody deserves to be listened to. And that's not fair. And because this is his channel too, I'm not going to allow it. Let him talk.
And maybe this person is new to the channel and missed out a lot, right? Because I can't go back and keep hashing everything out. We're talking about the RICO itself, regardless whether it was Diddy or not, or Jane that was on trial. We just saying they just trying to find a way to apply this. So the young lady says the Diddy channel, if you got a man and stuff like that, maybe one day it could happen to him or happen to you. It can happen to a family member. They trying to set a precedence where they can go and use this RICO and throw out these 35 things and just throw them out there and just, well, when you was 8, you did this. When you was 14, this happened. RICO.
And tell the reason why you're so bothered. Because you see, it happens to you on a daily basis.
No, trust me. And the crazy part, I'm gonna assume she lived in a Black community. It happened in her community too. So I'm just saying, you can say Diddy, you don't got to like his personality. You can assume I'm sitting here with pom-poms out cheering for Diddy. I'm cheering for justice, fairness. Go ahead.
Do you think that you are I want to say the word, you're so strong in your opinions like the other side is? Do you see a meeting in the middle? Because you're going one side, you're saying some women do lie, some women date you for your money, some women falsely claim rape. Oof,
Yeah, okay, right.
And then
But
the other
Sharrell,
side is saying, huh?
I addressed this. What I'm trying to tell you, yes, if you come in and I'm on a rant about that part, you'll say, oh, that I have said it about the other side. I said the opposite of a sugar baby is a sugar daddy. The sugar daddy used his money, his influence to get what he wants. The sugar baby used her services, her skill set to get the funds. It's like a business deal. I'm not saying females is bad and the guy's not.
But you didn't answer my question.
Right. What's the question?
You're being so passionate about your side, the other side is being so passionate. Do you see a meeting in the middle?
Yeah, I feel like I'm meeting them in the middle. I'm just saying, where's the proof? Like, it's hard to meet somebody if they're so hell bent on saying, if they said, Perry, you know what? They got proof, they got pictures of him doing this, or him saying, I'm paying for S parties. Give me something, not just testimony from people that I've seen stories change.
Do you think you feel this way because you know that the women have shady backgrounds?
No,
if you didn't know that, would that change your opinion?
No. Okay. Seriously? I can mark out their backgrounds just from their testimony. The things I learned about them because of their testimony is inconsistent. I see a motive. They got immunity for one, to tell the prosecution whatever they want to hear to get out of whatever criminal trouble they have been spotted for. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then when they meet with the prosecution for over 20 times, you getting a story right out there. Then you get it crossed up. One moment, somebody got hit in the head with a frying pan. Then you came out, somebody threw the front. You heard him not see throw a frying pan against the wall. Which one is it? And this same person, he's such a monster, but you tried to get him to form some group back. The same person who got a legal suit, civil suit against him.
But my question to you, Perry, is if you feel very strong in your beliefs.
Why can't somebody else feel strong in theirs?
No, I don't see that it's two extremes going here.
The only
and how is this they gonna even come to a decision if everybody's so firm in their stance and nobody's willing to bend? See, they need people in there that are willing to bend to have a meeting of the mind. This might be a mistrial. People are really strong in their opinions and nobody's backing up.
And I say this, somebody says, Perry, would you have the same opinion if Diddy was white? Yes, I would. It don't even, that's just my point. You know, yes, I would have the same opinion, whether he was white or not. Right is right, wrong is wrong. If they was charging Diddy for a DV case, I see the evidence. Hey, you did it. Guilty. But people, and I'm not sure if you just stand at like to throw the race thing in it to say, would that's not moving my needle either way. But I do have 2 black boys. I know the justice system is not fair for minorities. And I was simply saying, hey, this ain't a good look if they can make this president where they can just use it all over the place. But in this particular case, Diddy could be white, Puerto Rican, any damn thing. If it was going the way it is, I'd say, yeah, both of them filed.
But you just said, would this happen to him if he wasn't black? You said that. So
no.
Let me read this really quick. Hold on.
Okay.
If he is charged with RICO, many should go down. We all know that he lives a wild life and that's not illegal. But again, I do not feel that he should get life. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, and sure, I'm gonna go back to what you said. So, because what you just said, well, what this person's trying to say, I said if Diddy was white, they probably wouldn't be doing it that way. That wasn't a race card per se to say that. It's to say how injustice our justice system is what I'm saying. Because you got that, and Combi and Finch or whoever got bond, did whatever. Now, just because his people was guys.
So let's reword it. You're saying that our system can be unjust to minorities, and for people to ignore that there isn't a difference, they're putting on blinders. Is this what you're saying?
That's what I'm trying to say. But oftentimes, and even our own people would say, "Oh no, that's just crazy." Well, maybe you think you bigger than the community. Maybe you think that you don't outgrade it and you ain't looked at as being what you are. Get caught up in the justice system and find out. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm not going to sit here and make this a race thing. This is about injustice in America.
Right. And let me say this. He's so passionate, Perry Gary cry, about the injustice of our justice system because he lived it. And then on the other side, women have been in DV situations. And so it's like y'all just live it over again. It's very passionate for both sides. But how do you come to some middle ground, which they're asked to do, if you are so passionate on both sides? Because I've seen I've known you. Perry's not joking. It's very injustice. He's been like screwed over so many times. Mm-hmm. First of all, before you even meet Perry, when I brought Perry home, my mom thought he was a dealer. He's been judged so many times. You guys that watch this channel, we know that Perry is fun-loving and funny, but he gets treated like he's a criminal everywhere he goes. And he has a right to talk about that. It's true. It's nothing he made up in his head. So let's act like it doesn't exist. Now, is it exist? But you got to take it off of you and say, is that the case in this situation?
Okay. I can say, is it the case? Look, this is what I'm
saying.
Hold on,
I didn't read that. Hold on.
Okay, go back.
This says, there are women locked up now for setting men up. Yeah, well, yeah.
And that's good.
And that's what we're going over here. It's such a delicate conversation that I hate having, but I feel like if my husband wants to speak his truth, he should be able to.
Well, I mean, look, in this world, I don't think we'll never advance. And I even appreciate what the other opinions. I just don't agree. And I think most people's opinions come off how they was raised, things they have experienced in their life. I have 2 black boys. I was a black male, grew up in North Carolina back in the day, where we had Klan marching down Main Street. How I had to go to high schools where it was maybe 5% minorities, poor. They're going to a rich. I mean, there's a lot of things I experienced, a lot of things I've seen. I'm just saying,
because of the time you came up and you lived in a very racist state, that let's just call it what it is. They did have Klan marches. I was blown away when I seen it in downtown. He came from a very racist place. And that's not denying that. So he's dealt with a lot than a lot of us don't have to. I mean, I get it sometimes, but not like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say this too. High school football state championship. We go and play a game. We sitting there for a whole day. We go to grab something to eat. It's a little strip mall of places. Going to get something sweet at this pie shop. No blacks allowed. No colors. Things like that. Like I say, but now I'm not making this. I'm just saying, just over the years, the justice systems are not fair. But people don't realize it's unfair unless we have these conversations. You know, I don't feel just because you white or are non-black that you're racist. Your action shows that. So it's not about that. So when people try to shake it, I'm just saying, regardless of who it is, and when you said, where's the meeting place, Sharrell? Where is the meeting place? Is it with the chat to understand this or the jury? Which one are you asking? How do you come to
the jury? How would they come to if this is
it comes to a mistrial? Some people ain't gonna get it. It's mistrials, hung juries. But we ain't gonna never get on the same footing if we don't have adult conversations about these things. You know, because a white person come to me and say, hey, why do all black people think white people are white devils? And I'll be the first one to say they aren't. Had many white friends, still do. Black friends, Puerto Rican. I got a lot. I was in the military. I got a mixture of a lot of people. So, but if I wasn't around, I could be just as racist and say, yeah, if I didn't have these conversations or work with these people, got to know different race to understand no percentage of any race is just totally bad. But you get to introduce and understand right now, being Latino is different than being black. I got my black experience, they got their Latino experience. If they never talk about it, I would never know it there and do it. People like right now, people can't even go to Latinos that don't feel safe going to Home Depot, really going out. But I'm not going to get into all that. I'm just simply saying to get back to this case. Let's stop having the hatred for somebody and just like the guys.
What?
Oh crap! Huh? Go ahead.
You were upset. Cassie tape triggered you. What about that voicemail or that tape? Were you so upset about? You felt like if that would have been Diddy using those words,
It'd be blasted all over. It'd be blasted all over the place. And then I'm gonna tell you about this tape, right? They'll go, oh, like how come Diddy ain't got no witnesses? He don't need none. He feel like his team don't feel like he need witnesses. You got Nancy Grace over there. Oh, people must not like him. Why ain't Nancy Grace and these people like this talking about Cassie and the thing she said? Oh, Cassie was just love bombed. She was groomed. She was groomed to case somebody, but you want to use Diddy every word to try to crucify him. And that's another thing. I'm just saying all of it is a mess. I see one side in this. I'm talking about the justice system. These people only going after Diddy because it's a paycheck. Social media influencers because it's a paycheck.
So you guys, there are bloggers going around saying that Diddy took a plea. He snitched. They said that Diddy snitched. Okay. And that's not just Perry. A lot of African American men went crazy yesterday because they said that one, if you relate somebody as a snitch in jail, it takes on a whole new meaning. He could be in fear of losing his life because they got this don't snitch rule. Second of all, they're saying that this person just made this up. Perry's friend said they were in there all day and they never talked about him snitching. That's why they dropped the 3 charges. That's like really causing deep emotions to come out of people. So it's not just a mess on the inside in the courtroom, it's a mess on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And and people are going after this blogger. They're calling her a liar and that she's putting his life in danger by putting that lie out there. And there are a different set of laws that inmates live by. And if you caught snitching, you're in trouble. Like, I'm not talking about with the law, you're in trouble with the other inmates. It's hard to describe if you've never been in prison.
Let me say
I haven't been to prison ever, but I know that life because I grew up with, family being in prison. Do you guys understand that? Like, if you just make something up on somebody and call them a snitch, ooh.
Well, yeah.
They're going to believe that. And then when you're in there, it's going to be bad for you. Go ahead.
And you got that part, right? I'm just saying these kind of people just do anything for a click and a view, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think my argument with most of the chat that said, oh, Diddy this and that. I just told you, yes, Diddy runs a foul life. He ain't totally innocent, but is he guilty of RICO with the evidence they're presenting? Okay. Now, most of you guys coming hard at it, and I already dug in deep. Is he guilty of DV? Yes, we seen the tape. Case closed. Done. Set it to the side. But we have watched so much social media filled with lies about Diddy that you guys feel like, okay, Diddy did this and this with no proof. A lot of this shit floating around social media, that's how people getting backlash now for having videos with total lies based off some kind of sources they got, but no proof. If they would have had proof like that, the feds probably would have a better case. They would have evidence. Ask yourself these people over the last year with all this stuff, and these people got sources and it's facts, and I know people in the CIA, FBI, and you got all this shit. Why ain't this shit being presented on the case?
Let me say this, Perry. I respect you for speaking up as an African American man and sharing your experiences, but I think this case is so polarizing that no one's going to give in. So you should just stop talking about it. I know it sounds bad, but you're not going to make them see the other side. You're not going to make them admit that our justice system is unfair. I've given up. I don't try to change anybody else's mind. That's just where they are. And then you just, just step back and leave it alone, because these people will never change. It's like trying to talk to a racist. That's in you forever. It's never going to get out. And if you think, that this case represents a lot, they're never going to see it.
Right.
So, but I commend you for trying, but some people don't want change. They
So,
like things the way that they are.
That's fine, Sharrell. I just say this. I'm not going to stop because I'm going to beat myself to Monday. I'll be doing myself a disservice. My boys a disservice to come out here.
You're not going to change anybody's mind.
And
we are living in 2025. For you to talk about racism, people know it exists. Either you're going to believe it or not.
Somebody said you get an update.
Okay, here we go. Do you need batteries? AA. Oh, they're setting up. The House was just an example of the defendant's financial coercion or Jane. Also, substances. They came a necessary part of the SEX. So what I'm begging of you, Perry, if a person's racist, they're going to stay racist. You cannot change it. You just got to learn how to deal with it in your life. And don't talk about it no more. That's what I think, because people are going to be who they are. And it's no changing. Unless a person wants to change, at this point, they know things exist. They heard the tape. If they think she's okay and they still want her out, stop sharing your experiences on the internet. They don't care. And we gotta stop doing it, babe.
What my experience?
Yeah. You gotta stop. They don't care.
Okay, no. For the people who don't understand it, that's fine. I'll be doing people who going through the same struggle, who saying, hey, if we keep overlooking the problem.
Perry, stop talking about it. You're not helping anybody. These are all adults. If you keep talking about injustices and how America really is, they don't care. You have to accept that. I've accepted it. You're not changing not one person's point of view.
Let me say this. I can speak my piece and let people know who believe the same way I do, that you ain't just making this up. You ain't the only person that see this. I see it too. For the people who want to just cover their eyes and pretend things ain't the way it is, I'll let them pretend. I won't argue with them about that.
You said the other day, no, I was just talking to my mother, and she says people love to be lied to because they like the excitement of it all. If you told the truth, they're still going to like the lie because the lie is more exciting.
Right. But
we are in a country full of immature adults, and you're not changing anything. So as long as just worry about you and yours, that's how I feel. Let me read this really quick. I just want to thank you both for taking time in your life to go over all this with us. That's sweet. Because baby oil is made in New Jersey and brought in Mia proves Rico, shaking my head.
Right.
No, they're never going to change.
I would say this though. You got people who think like me or talk their experience. These people, I'm not even mad at them because maybe that's the life they experienced. Maybe they didn't grow up like I did. Maybe they live in Mayberry. You know what I'm saying? But you got somebody in the middle saying, hey, I'm just putting my thing out. People can listen, take in what they want to. If you don't want to take it in, you don't have to. But if we don't have discussions on these grown-up issues, different cultures and how things are said, nobody would never understand it.
Okay, so you just gave your point of view. Did it change anything?
Maybe to some people, you got to update.
Here we go. Let me redo it. Jane, huh?
No, go ahead.
Jane told you about Miami in 2024. He gave her liquid Molly. They showed you video. They'll argue that she was super into it, but she was super high. His coercion included threats to release tapes of her having sex in the hotel rooms. What I'm saying, babe,
You saying
you're wasting your breath.
right now? I get it,
You
but
feel
no,
your way. You have your own way of life. That's all you should worry about. I don't do it on the internet anymore. Don't try to
I don't mind wasting
speak
my
up
breath.
for anybody. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
understand.
saying if you share your experiences with people, they don't care.
No, I'm saying I heard you 100%. You're right. I get it. Some people, but some people get like a confirmation because sometimes you feel like, am I the only one thinking like this? Am I the only one seeing this? No, other people see it too. But go ahead.
I just think you're wasting your time. I think that some people don't want to acknowledge anything, and you never get people to change their mind. So, I do understand that this is a difficult situation to be in because you're talking about somebody's life, but they're going to send them up the river. That's what they do. And they're not going to care about it the next day. They're going to celebrate it. And you're a person like, well, if there's a doubt, you shouldn't send people to prison. If they don't care about that. We live in a society, and unless things affect you, they don't give a F.
Right. No, I get it.
You've got to hold back. Let it go. We know it's not fair.
Right, and I get it.
There's
Now,
nothing you can do about it.
right. And I understand what you're saying. It don't definitely make sure that it don't mean that you're gonna change nobody's opinion.
Yeah, let me do this real quick.
Go ahead.
Combs threatened to send X tapes to Jane's child's father. This was to coerce her into more commercial X acts. The defendant has suggested that Jane agree to these hotel nights. Let's talk about what agreeing means. There is an incomplete picture. Let me say this, Perry, then I'm about done. I wanted to stop this a long time ago. This case is going to be what it's going to be. It's disgusting. It is what it is. I don't want to do this no more because it's too sensitive. People show their true colors. Let's just leave this alone. You kept pushing me to keep doing it. It's not changing anybody's mind. All it's doing is bringing up bad emotions for you. Let's walk off, right? Let's be done. Let's be done. You're not going to change people's opinion. There are racist people out there and they're going to stay there. They're the majority. You're the minority. Let's walk off right now. Let's be done with this nonsense. It's not your life.
I hear you. I understand. You saying I can talk over and over. People, I'm not gonna change nobody's mind.
Have you?
No, you know what though? I don't need to. I need the people who understand to stay strong with that thing. If you had somebody who wasn't willing to stand up for nothing, then you would basically doubt.
Perry, when you stand up, the only person that's hurt is you.
Okay. Well, I know. I understand this. If you ain't got people to just brave enough to stand up, do what they get to do, we wouldn't be a free country today.
Babe, let's take a break for a minute.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to read this verbatim and then that's it. And you guys could think of it whatever you want.
Yes, Rob, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna step out. Be back.
consent question involved. It's just that you are crossing over the state lines. It doesn't even matter if that person's getting paid. It doesn't even matter if that person gives consent. In and of itself, you cannot cross a person across state lines to engage in prostitution.
Let me bring Sierra Gillespie back into the conversation. She's outside the federal courthouse right now as the closing arguments are underway, or at least the prosecution's closing argument. We put up this poll, Sierra. I'm curious your thoughts. Does the alleged bribe for the Cassie Hotel video prove guilt? 82% say yes, it's a clear sign of a cover-up. 18% say no, people panic and make mistakes. What do you think about that? And where does Sierra Gillespie land on the testimony of Eddie Garcia?
Oh, that's a good question. Where do I land on the testimony? You know, it's so interesting because when we cover these cases, I try not to think about what my opinion is on it. You know, I'm trying to report the facts. So if I have to in real time go through and think about what I think about it, honestly, it does kind of lean toward bribery. Oh, I'm just going to say it because we talk about the fact that his testimony on the stand, he talks about receiving these funds. He goes and meets P. Diddy. He also talked about during his testimony that he was
your head in a life sentence. Because it's her husband, she knows what he's been through. I'm so tired of hearing Cassie was forced to do this in life. Okay, here we go. Cassie was 19. He was in his late 30s. He signed her to 10 record deals. He took her on a yacht and gave her ecstasy. They had sex. They were in a relationship. She had just turned 21. The defendant was her boss, who called all the shots. Attorney says he molded her. He told Capricorn, let me show you. Then ordered Cassie around. She did it. Walked and turned around. Total compliance. He didn't take no for an answer. He was abusive, physical, emotional, psychological, and X. What are you doing here? No. Yes. I told Perry before, I'm telling Perry this because I've experienced. Being open about your life and who you are on the internet gets you nowhere. People use it against you. And I'm only telling you that because I've been through it.
Oh, no, I
That's
understand.
why we have decided to close up shop. That's why my mom doesn't want to talk about certain things. We got to stop being open on the internet because you think you're teaching or finding somebody of like mind, and it's just not the way that happens. You'll always feel sorry that you were open in the end. You can't be open with people because their beliefs are so strong. They are who they are. And you know, you're one person. You're not going to change nothing. Here we go. They want you to call this DV, but he was forcing her to have freak offs. He controlled everything. He demanded that her nails be done in a certain way on red carpets. The Vanity Fair party in 2014, Deontay Nash told you, he shouted, we'll be better off just moving on. I don't even know if I want to finish this damn case because it's only going to hurt you in the end. So let's just stop. I don't even want to finish this damn case. I don't give a F about it no more. I don't want to finish it.
No, I understand what you're saying, but my agenda is not to change everybody's opinion.
You need to stop.
I know, but it's to speak my mind.
You have to stop.
On business,
you have to stop because it's not your channel by yourself, and it's going to hurt your channel. You need to stop.
No, okay, I'm hearing you, but let's go back. Let's go back to the case.
Stop,
honey. We're talking about the case. We're talking about the case right now. Now, I was out in the balcony. I heard that they coming out. Now, people.
Oh my God.
The same thing I had concern about making RICO a standard.
Gary, just let me take a break and then you read it. I'm done with this case. Okay? Please stop.
I just stop.
They're not going to listen to you. They don't give a F.
Well, I get it. But look, we probably only got maybe an hour left. But I'm just basically saying this. That you see how they writing this up to make women feel like, or they putting people in this bubble. And just not negative or trying to teach people anything. It's about this.
Can I take a break really quick?
Yeah, women are so
update. There's an update.
Women are so gullible, so incompetent. Is basically how they trying to have it. Okay, here we go. 35 seconds ago, Slavic. Combs shouted, "I thought I told y'all he had to have her hair up. He wouldn't let her make money from her music. She was offered a chance to do a Common video. Puff said no. He paid for her car, clothing, phone, vacation. He made her dependent." So they just saying all the things that he controlled her all the way down to the cell phone to buying personal items. What they basically saying. So that's the reason why she had to feel coerced or feel the pressure to do these acts. That's what they want us to believe. That's what they want us to believe. Let me see what else. But for real, let's keep it real. But for me, it's almost like they just trying to play on everybody's emotions here or there, right? But they want us to believe that women is incompetent, soft, weak, that a person that's standing there just for guys to lead. As I don't know, it's just weird how they structure. Like we supposed to think women are these kind of animals who need us to guide them in life. This is crazy. It's a play on emotions. Somebody said that right. Play on emotions. That's exactly what it is. And they get people caught up because in life, people have their agenda. Everybody has an agenda, right? You know, whether you admit it, either you're going to go here or there, right? It could be fairness. It could be, you know what, I don't care what happened. I need something to happen to this dude because I just can't take it no more. Hold on. So we got an update. Slavic says, he did it to her family too. After he found out she was with Kid Cudi, he demanded $20K from her parents to pay him back. All right, he'll release X tapes. That month, and just this, that month and just this account, he had 3.2 million coming in and out. This was about control, saying that he didn't need the money. He had 3.2 million coming in, but he did it to her family too. Okay, Now, basically asked the mother. Everybody remember him asking, well, now this is what I'm going back reading, trying to go back and catch things. He didn't ask it from the parents. He was talking to Cassie, said he wanted the money, he fronted her. And most of the time when you get studio time and stuff like that, the artists pay that money back. And he feel like, hey, you was in there with Kid Cudi, you use me, you end up, getting your freak on with the guy, I want my money back. And I can't remember if he said I would, according to her, she said that he had released the X tapes. He didn't extort nothing from the parents. Cassie let her parents know, I guess her parents got worried and gave him the money. It was something to that effect. Let me see. Okay, we got another update. Savik, she says, remember what Dr. Hughes said? When a victim is on unsure footing, the abuser has control. He punched her, kicked her, dragged her. When it was bad, he hid her in hotels to heal and not be seen. You saw photos and videos. D-Rock, Rube, Polly, they knew. So they're going back to what this counselor came on saying that people would stay out of fear. Some people do. And I can agree with that. But I also think it's another side of the coin that, people stay because they don't want to be replaced. That's sort of what I'm thinking too. But either way, DV is not a charge on this thing. And how can you actually prove somebody's mental state? Like, were they really fearful or were they lying? Is this something they're saying? So we'll see how the jury handle that. We will see how they handle it. Let's see. No more updates. But, going back to this whole thing. And, whether I change somebody's opinion or not, I just feel like that maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like having an adult conversation, expressing how other people feel, people can take that into consideration. Maybe it might be new to them. Maybe they don't understand it today. Maybe it's something they'll understand in a few weeks. I listen to other people's opinions. I might not understand it today, but I factored in maybe something I'll understand tomorrow. But just having the dialogue is a good thing for me. I just say for me. Because me and Wayne might go back and forth, but I don't think it's no intention. That's how he feel. Maybe he more knowledgeable on the law like that. On my side, I'm going off my experiences. I'm not an attorney. I'm just telling you how I feel. And if I was on a jury, how I would look at it. So good luck if I was on the jury. Okay, update. He attached her. Maybe attacked. It says he attached her for attending he attacked her for attending a Prince party until Prince security intervened. Mia and Mara Morales described abuse to you. Cassie told you when she got to the house, he threatened to release the X tapes. He assaulted her in Jamaica. And yes, I think that he probably did do that. Like when they arguing, going back and forth, I'm gonna release him. But if he would have did it, she probably could have took a charge and got him for revenge P or something. But did he ever release the tapes? So is it by threatening that what made her do the freak offs? Matter of fact, do people actually think that what made her keep going for 10 years? Seriously. I mean, now put a 1 in the chat because I don't feel like doing a poll. Put a 1 in the chat if you think she was really fearful or she didn't do that stuff for other reasons. Put a 2. See, I'm seeing other reasons. Okay, I see fear. Well, Fearing. Okay, now fear coming back. Hmm. One and then two later. So some people feel like she was fearful at first, got over the fear, then stayed for status or whatnot. Huh. Interesting. Oh, we got another one. Oh, whoops. Go back. Give me a second.
I got it. It's right here.
Hmm.
He beat her up in Las Vegas while she was curled up under the toilet. She said D-Rock cried. There was his assault at the Intercontinental Hotel, caught on tape for Cassie. It was her normal. She was there when attached Mia, comma, Devontae Nash, and Banna.
This
So
what I'm
again,
Go ahead, babe.
what do you get out of telling your story or telling people your life?
Well, I mean, because I think without history, I think some people can learn from it. Is it for everybody? No, but if one person get the message, if it stopped people from making a certain mistake or doing this, or some people feel like they're the only one feeling this way. They feel isolated and alone.
I
So
got to
sometimes
update really quick. Sorry, really quick. Banna may have gotten the date wrong. Oh, this is interesting. Banna may have gotten the date wrong, but she had injured. One time he has Cassie I think he meant hold G-Wins for him. The diner and the Suge Knight incident, Cassie was in the house. She saw. Why didn't she leave? Question mark. Mrs. Hughes explained that hitting leads to fear. Okay, what do you get out of trying to be upfront with people?
Well, you know what though, because I think lying is destructive.
No one told you to lie.
Right. Well,
I said keep your personal business off the internet. They use it against you.
Okay,
This is
and
what just happened with my mother. She can't even tell people that she's sick without them using it against her.
Okay, and so no, I get that right. Now, if you get too personal, maybe that keep off. I'm just saying my opinion when we having a discussion. Why keep that off the internet?
Because people use it against you.
Well, people are always using things against you, whether you speak or not.
Whether you realize it or not, you're a public figure. You go to the store, you get recognized. You are a public figure.
Right.
They take those things, not just for anybody, and use them against you. It's going to be rare to slim times that people say, oh, I was thinking this way, but you changed my mind, Perry. No, they love drama. They love mess.
I get that
It's
right.
gonna come up again one day. Oh, Perry don't like women. They're gonna twist your words. People are too immature for a rational conversation. You say that for home. These people are immature, and you don't know them.
No, I don't. But I would just say this. I say it because I feel like it needs to be said. Now, could it come back and hurt me and people say this later on?
There's a reason why no one else is saying it.
At the end of the day, I know who I am. People say a lot of things about me now. I know who I am. I know what I represent.
It's annoying.
It is annoying. But it's also annoying people getting false scoop out here on the internet.
Let her do that. Let her do that. She gonna face her own God for doing that. Let her do that. You just worry about Perry and yours. You, your wife, your 2 children, and your young family. Let her do that.
Well, no,
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I go? Okay.
Yeah.
Even when Cassie was in South Africa, she could not get away. KK kept calling D-Rock his loyal only to the defendant. His loyalty is only to the defendant. He played both sides. He talked to Cassie, then reported it back to the defendant. She's about to ice up. I told her to chill out. Go ahead, babe.
Oh, yeah. Like, I understand your biggest message that you can preach all day. You can take a horse to water. You can't make them drink it. I get all that. I understand people take your opinions, take anything you might say, try to twist it and use it. But I'm firm on what I say. And I can say something today and somebody change opinion. I can come back and say flip flopper. I don't care. I'm here to grow. I'm older. I experienced a lot. Am I perfect? No. Do I know everything? No, I don't. I like having these conversations personally. Personally, is good for me. It would seem like I'm trying to change somebody's thing. I'm just expressing myself to get somebody um, to hear what I say and correct me and say, well, no, that don't make sense or whatever. I grow from that too, if that makes sense. It's not to save the world. It's maybe to, clear my chest. I have 2 boys that I worry about. If I walk around here and keep my mouth closed, how is this setting standard for them to stand on business? You know what I'm saying? I don't care what people come back and throw at me later. Is it irritating? Yes. When people twist what you try to say, that's fine. That's in life. But when we talk about these justice systems and things like this, I think it's important to say it. People have actually lived this, and they probably feel like I'm the only one going through it. Just have the conversation. Some people don't even know that other side.
Yeah, but you get your feelings out and you get to see the other side.
Mm-hmm.
But there's effects afterwards with maniacs.
Right, I get it. I understand that.
Not everybody on the internet is of sound mind.
I agree.
What about, people have looked up your address, showed up at your homes. People are crazy.
But
it's not your job to teach the world. It's not the job to tell the audience how you feel. You do that at home. People had unhealthy minds.
Well, I'll just say this.
You're
And I
giving them. Perry, people have showed up on your doorstep. When is enough enough?
I get it. It's psychos, but I cannot.
But then it affects us. They thought one of your rentals was your house, and it affects us. People have unhealthy minds.
I understand.
And so you think you're just getting it off your chest, but they're taking that information and doing whatever they wanted with it. Somebody found out where you live from a picture.
Right.
Here we go. Hold on. They met for dinner in Malibu. Then Ard her on the living room floor. She said no. She cried, but he didn't take no for an answer. He Ard her. He wrote, I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. That is, he Ard her. Now that was
all what you're saying is anything can happen. This is a crazy world. But I would just say this. I didn't put my life on the line to go and fight for our country, to come back and live my life in fear.
You put your life on the line and fought for your company and came home and had major side effects from that.
I said, but I can't
you probably shouldn't have went anyway. Like if I knew you then, I would have told you, don't go in the military because their main job is to unalive people.
I understand, but if you ain't got people to stand up, you won't grow up neither. I'm just saying, like, I understand how things can get twisted. But at this point,
look what happened to Malcolm X. Look what happened to Martin Luther King. Harry, you gotta move different.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to move how I got to move. I mean, I ain't sitting here ready to bury myself. I might well bury myself if I can't be myself. You know what I'm saying?
Back, would you ever would have went to WAR? Hold on one second. Because of the trauma bond after the R, she met him at a friend's party, then had sex, consensual sex. This was a trauma bond. He had an MO, an hour-long performance. He did that to himself and sometimes filmed it, just like with Jane. Oh my God. I mean, I can see what you're talking about. Like they want Diddy gone, and that's what's going to happen. And no matter what you say is going to stop it, nothing I say is going to stop it.
Right. The crazy part about
that's why I said he's going to jail. The fix is in.
This is what I'm saying. When we go back and forth in the thing, it's not like me or the person I'm going back and forth with making this decision. I still got my belief. Now, like I said, never put yourself at the mercy of the court. anything can happen. Anybody can get it, right? But I don't see 12 jurors.
Well, what about this? Instead of trying to make a change, accept the way it is and move differently.
Well, I thought that's what I was
Yeah,
doing.
racism exists. Then you got to learn how to work your way around it.
Right. Well, yeah.
Move differently. Talking about it ain't gonna change it.
Well,
Talking about it ain't gonna change nobody's mind.
Yeah. I'm
Them
just talking
racist
about
people in the chat still racist, and the people who think that Cassie's innocent still thinks that way. Here we go. Sometimes the defendant told escort to urinate on her. Sometimes he urinated himself. Why? Question mark. To turn herself on. She began substance addiction, where she wrote, "I love our FOs when we both wanted jurors, comma. This is not an all or nothing situation." That's what I'm saying. They're going to just keep doing this.
Right.
Just let people be themselves, and you're not God. When it's time for them to learn and change, then that's when they'll learn and change. In the meantime, it's not your job to go around speaking the truth and telling people the way it is, the way your life is, because they don't care.
I agree how things can go down the road, and that you can't change people. And I understand that you're only looking out for me. I'm just saying, I'm the type of person, I got to live life the way I want to live it. Ain't no way I did all these things in my life that I had to go through to come back and live my life in fear or know my role, know my place. If I want to allow certain things, my opinions about, I'm going to put them out there. I don't need nobody to tell me when to put it out there and all that. And you said, if I had to go back and do it all over again, would I go? Yes, I would, because I'm a man of integrity. I'm going to do what I signed up for.
When you go to WAR, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not your fight. That's a government fight.
Well,
that's between them. You
That's
have nothing to do with that. That's how the citizens are victims.
Well,
we don't tell them when to go. We don't tell them when to stop. That's not your fight.
Well,
so they drill it into your head. Fight for your country. Would your country fight for you?
The people that was with me would. So I'm just saying, I understand.
No. Okay, let me finish this. There were times he knew she didn't want to do it. That is trafficking. She obviously didn't want to have an escort urine in her mouth while she laid on the floor. Let's talk. Yeah, let's talk about the videos. You've seen clips. You don't see what weapons. Listen, let me tell you something, and this is from the bottom of my heart. I don't give a damn what you do, what you say. If you threaten me, ain't nobody peeing in my mouth. Period. Period. That says something. Ain't nobody peeing in my mouth. Period.
Could you think somebody could put fear in your heart?
Now you can't scare me enough to make me do that.
Okay.
You can't scare me enough. So what I'm saying is I get what you're saying. But if they want to look at her as a victim, that's what they gonna do. Matter of fact, if you even told me you was gonna do some shit like that, I'm calling the cops. No, I ain't calling. I'm calling my cousins, my boys. Handle that. That's just nasty, and certain it just shows a certain kind of a nastiness. Ain't nobody gonna make you do that.
And that's not Stockholm syndrome, people. That is not.
You see her having sex, and he was that. The defendant is moving the camera around, at times focus on the dancer, not Cassie at all. It's clear this was about his fantasy, not Cassie's. March 5th, 2016, in the Intercontinental Hotel, the video. So I get what you're saying, Perry. I'm not a victim at all.
No.
If you do some shit to me, I'm gonna do it back to you. I'm not a victim. So no matter what, people look at it the way they look at it. But I know you ain't gonna tie me up and do some shit like that without no consequences. You ain't gonna threaten me to do some shit like this without no consequences. Cause I'm like this. You got one time to hit me. One.
Yeah.
And that'll be the last time you ever did that.
And I think people, like, I understand that in life, in real life, certain situations, people are fearful to leave a relationship. So I know that exists. But I think people who maybe have experienced it or a family member experienced it dug in deep. I've experienced it in my family. Go ahead.
Before the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie had a premiere. It was a big night for her. She agreed to a freak off as damage control. Look at this. She says, I don't want you thinking I don't want to. She knows the defendant won't take no for an answer. I get that. What they're explaining right now makes no sense because you always have the option to tell somebody no. But some people are so weak, they believe that. Does that mean they don't suffer their consequences because they're too scared to stand up for themselves? It's a question.
Oh, so what did I say again?
No,
sorry.
I'm just saying, like,
oh yeah.
people
Yeah,
need to, like, you always can stand up for yourself. It's
Right.
your job to. My mother used to tell me when I was a little girl, if you don't stand up for you, nobody else will.
And see, and this last thing she says, I don't want you thinking I don't want to. You don't want him thinking. You should be thinking if you don't want to, say you don't want to. And I understand people can be fearful and be in certain situations, but people who have went through this, experienced it with family stuff, whatnot, it's not across the board. When people say this, some people use other victims' testimonies for their favor. If that makes sense, like take the emotions and stuff from a true victim, use it and apply it for them for sympathy. And then people say, well, you should, Perry, you shouldn't talk about victims. I'm not. I pray for the victims, real victims. Some people use that. A lot of scammers.
More updates. It says the defendant gets Jules to come. You know what happens? An argument. The defendant hits Cassie in the face. All she can think about is her premiere. She takes off without her shoes. Then it says intercontinental video shown again. Attorney says he throws her to the ground. Why do they keep talking about this tape? Oh my gosh.
Because really, that is the case. If you think about all this, it ain't about what they found. And when people heard trafficking, they was thinking pharmaceuticals and all that stuff. Trafficking ASS. But
oh my God, Perry.
That's what everything revolves around that. But what's funny is that they try to tie all this stuff up to it. These people they're in a relationship. They want to monitor what a couple do in their bedroom, who they invite in. And nobody can show no proof or haven't showed no receipt saying we paid $5,000 for SEX.
You're right, Perry. You should have been a juror.
You damn right I should have been.
You should have been a juror. Like, oh my God.
I'll be in there when the damn buildings run out. Huh?
I have an update. He kicks her, then drags her back to the room where Jules is waiting. Why is the dragging relevant? Question mark. Because Jules is there. Freak-offs have multiple sessions. They were between sessions. He leaves her, but he takes her bags, but she doesn't follow him. I mean, you should have been a juror. Like, oh my God, I'm so over this case. I'm over the case. I don't want to talk about it, think about it. I'm already had resolved in my mind. They're going to do what they're going to do, and it is what it is.
You know why? I wish I probably could have been on the jury.
I know. You should.
No. The reason why though, because I think when things come down, you need somebody fair on there.
That you can't always get what you want
On both sides. The prosecution need a fair person that see things objectively. The defense do. I see a whole bunch of dysfunction and this stuff. But the problem is with this whole case, why I'm not seeing it, what a lot of people send him down the river. The man was overcharged. And now they want to streamline it. They say, we're going to streamline it and make it easier. You should have did that when you pressed the charges. But Perry, you don't understand. Statute of limitations had ran out on a lot of that stuff, so they had to be creative. Come on, people. You got the love of America.
It's gonna be what it's gonna be. You have to resolve in your mind. They're gonna send them up the river, and ain't nothing you can do. Okay. Instead, Cassie is using the phone in the elevator lobby. The defendant is making another conscious decision to take the bags into the room, then come back for Cassie with his hand free. He grabs the phone, then makes the decision to stay. They're talking about the things he's doing is a conscious effort. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just see it's like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's like if you get two addicts in a room, damn, who do you blame? You see what I'm saying? But and look, seriously, and a lot of people think it's crazy. If you show me evidence like financial records for this enterprise, because this mostly go back to the enterprise, show me. No, you ain't necessarily got to make money. Who else enjoyed the freak? Okay, they go with the freak offs. Seemed like Diddy and the victim. I mean, well, the witnesses is the only one that was in there besides the dance. The dancers had no complaint. They ain't pressing charges. It's just these women trying to flip it over or being forced to testify to flip it that Diddy did something wrong. I think I lost my train of thought. That's what I was going to say.
Sorry, I just seen Beatrice. My bad.
Yeah, no. You get, but no, I was just saying. Now, as far as the enterprise, who else got busy with the freak offs? Did Brendan get up in it? Did he? Oh, go ahead.
Okay. He stays even though he is in a towel and looks ridiculous. After Flores arrives, he stalls in the hall. He knows Jules is still in the room, possibly naked. The defense claims he took back his substances that day, but you can see he is in control. Hi, Beatrice. How are you feeling? Hope all is good. She had to leave early yesterday. Go to the doctor.
Okay. She's getting ill too. It's spreading around.
Now, Beatrice, I love you. I don't know why you asking how we feel this case turns out, because I just got into it with Perry about what does it matter how we feel?
Yeah.
What does it matter?
Yeah. But next time, so we can get into it, just when you want to address that, I know you got my back, but just do it for yourself. Ask yourself why you want to get into it. Perry want to just be able to speak his mind when he want to speak it. And I know it's consequences. I know people can twist. I don't give a damn. If it say nothing, they gonna blame you for something. So sometimes you got to stand for something.
People get mad at Perry all the time. They showed up at our house. They thought that we lived there, but it was a rental property that Perry had. Showed up at his house, scared the living daylights out of the person that lived there, scared them to death. The reason why we're on green screen, we used to do it without the green screen. Somebody took a photo. I don't know how they found out okay, here we go. Cassie just wanted to get her bag and phone and leave. The defendant offered Flores money. This is a photo of Jane in the car back to her house with her sunglasses, black eye. She has a black eye under the sunglasses. He was using force to get Cassie to continue with the freak off.
Oh, and go back now.
Okay.
So Jane did actually have a photo, because I always question if she had a photo or not. Defendant offered Flores money.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cassie just wanted to get her bag and phone and leave. The defendant offered Flores money. This is a photo of Jane in the car back to her house with sunglasses, her black eye.
I get why I thought it. He should have said Cassie. He said Jane.
Oh, okay.
But no, you read it right. He said
Right,
Jane.
right,
And I'm
right.
thinking, so Jane did get hit, because I was going to apologize, people. I was going to, if you got a photo, you can change my mind. You just can't BS me with I believe.
So let me say this. Perry has been through this a number of times where he tells his opinion. People get so upset with him. They find out where we live. They walk up to him on the street. And I'm tired of that. But he says he does it because that's what he want to do. And this is his channel too. Like, yeah, I did the first 2 years by myself, but the last 5, you've been doing it every day with me. I hope you would have a change of opinion, but you're allowed to do whatever you want. But
I mean, I feel like this. I got to live like everybody else. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like,
but I'm affected by the things you say. My children are affected by the things you say. They didn't show up and only you live there. They showed up to the house.
well, I mean,
Where that man was shaking.
I'm affected by the lipstick you wear. I'm just saying,
I got to
I mean,
update.
Oh, go ahead. I'll be back.
The defense may tell you violence was not connected to the SEX, but it was an attempt to get Cassie to continue with the freak offs. Later, she wrote to him, "I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child." There were freak offs in New York with Daniel Phillips. Again, like I was saying, Perry shouldn't be so open because it just doesn't affect him. It affects me, my children, my mother, our family. People are crazy. There are a lot of unhealthy minds out there, and Perry doesn't need to stir it up. And that's what he's doing, if you ask me. He's stirring it up.
Well, if I say this, most people would say, I agree with the unhealthy minds.
But they don't suffer the consequences of when you got an unhealthy mind mad at you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, I understand all that, but yeah.
So I was hoping you would pull back because we don't know these people in the chat.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of unhealthy minds out there.
Okay,
Just
I would
weirdos.
to keep it real. No, I don't. Like, but I'm just to the point in my life where I just cannot live it in fear, regardless of who I'm talking to or what we doing.
You have to be in fear, but you got to live cautiously.
Right. No, I get that part. No, I'm not.
That's why we got the green screen on. That's why you had to take our addresses off the internet because it's dangerous.
Right. And I'm saying
this is a very sensitive case. People are very firm in their decision. Ain't no telling what somebody will do because you speaking for Diddy.
Well, I know.
People are crazy.
I'm saying I understand that. It's always a chance. You got just now. I do take precaution. I got cameras.
I got to update really quick.
Yeah.
Daniel Phillip was not paid for his time. This is a ridiculous argument. In one freak off between sessions, the defendant told Cassie to come in the bedroom. She kept using the computer. The defendant threw a bottle, dragged her, then slapped her. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying, just really in general, it is psychos up there. I get what you're saying.
Oh, my God. Aren't you scared enough?
When I go to certain places, I make sure I'm protected, to the best of my ability. Put it that way. I'm just saying, yes, it's always some nut jobs out there. Don't get it wrong.
So you're just speaking your mind. Somebody can interpret that in a different way. This Diddy case ain't worth it. These people are crazy. Lock them up for lying. Send them to jail. Give them the D penalty.
Yeah,
out there.
There's some psychos out there now. I get it.
Let them believe what they believe. It's not your job to change their minds. They're saying crazy stuff. Daniel Phillip heard Combs yell, bitch. When I tell you to come here, you come here. After that, Daniel Phillip could not perform, but a complete act is not required for sex trafficking. This is sex trafficking. They were at a film festival. It's in France, I believe. Cannes Film Festival.
Okay. So they want you to for S trafficking, but they're saying that
It's overcharging. It's overcharging.
An actual act don't have to happen to be S trafficking. So I could be pharmaceutical drug trafficking with no drugs. Isn't that crazy? Why? But they need to hurry up. She said 4 hours, right? So she should have pretty much 30 minutes left? If that.
I mean, it's really weird because, or maybe people don't understand the life of an addict. Maybe they do not understand the life of an addict. What they're calling extreme is normal for addicts. They live the most toxic lives.
All right, I
that
gotta
you couldn't
go.
even imagine.
So this
If
live
I told you to write a book,
bye-bye.
it's crazier than the book.